Hello friends, and welcome to today's Sunday Tea Time livestream special. Great to have you with us today. I can see there's already some people joining us in the chat. Do come say hello, let me know who's out there. Especially if it's your first time here, let me know where you heard about the stream and where you're from. Because I sent the invite out for today's stream far and wide, so it'd be interesting to know where you heard about the stream. And if you're new to these streams, welcome. These are just a chance for me to work on some drawing or animation in OpenToonz or Tahoma 2D, and for you to ask questions about what I'm doing in the program or about animation in general. And also for me to share any OpenToonz or animation news that I think you might find interesting, and I've got some of that for you today as well. But first, let me bring down the screen and then take a look at the chat. Let's keep the lights on while the chat's there. So today I invited you to join in and not just watch along, but also to animate along with me as well. So do crank open OpenToonz or Tahoma and get that ready for animating later, but there's plenty of time to get that ready. And if you're unsure if you can join in because of your lack of experience either with drawing, animation or OpenToonz, trust me, you can. We'll go through everything step by step. But we'll have more details on that in a few minutes. So let me first check up on the chat. And I brought my little fella with me into this study room. Not seen him here for a while. So thanks to Greg the Stickman animator for drawing my little Darren T here. He'll keep an eye on things for me. So let's see who we've got in the chat. So we've got Ashnan, who was here first. Welcome Ashnan. Hope you're doing well today. We've got Maria. Good to have you with us, Maria, again. And we've got Tom doing art. Hello Tom, good to have you with us. Tony Gaddis, welcome. Glad you could join us, buddy. We'll talk more about you in a short while. Glad you're with us today. So Tom's been trying to use vector guided drawing. Yeah, it's a tricky one to work with that. I've had a little play with that and it looks really useful, but because you're working one stroke at a time rather than with a whole character or whole object, I find it a little bit tricky to work with just with the one stroke, but it's certainly got its uses, and hopefully if you can find where it's useful to you or where in your workflow it fits, do share it on the Discord as you've been doing already with your perspective work. It's really useful. So yeah, do come say hello in the chat, let us know who's there. It certainly does have a lot of gotchas. It's something just to get used to, as I say, to figure out the workflow. So any tips you've got for us, please do share them either today or as you come across them. So we're going to do some animation in a short while. But before we do, as I like to do on these streams, first I'd like to have a quick chat about what happened. What happened last week? Okay, so first let me bring up a little bit of OpenToonz news for you. So I wanted to talk about 3 new fixes that Shun Iwasawa has put together inside OpenToonz, and these are all available in the current nightly build. So the first one is there's a compass gadget for the radial and spin blur effects. And you can see basically on the screen here, it means that you're going to get extra lines shown on the screen when you use these 2 effects to help set up the center point and also set up the areas where the blur affects your drawing. So do take a look at that. I've got a link to all of these pull requests, all of the details down in the description, so do take a look at those. Hey there Kronos, welcome to the stream. Good to have you with us. The next useful feature that he's implemented is a new effect of the bokeh advanced IWA effect. And this is to allow you to set up depth perception in your drawing using a separate depth image. And that basically uses a gradient to specify where in the depth area each part of your drawing is. And he's given this example here showing 4 Dwanko dogs shown with different perspective for each each of the dogs there. And it looks really, really useful. I suspect it could be a little bit tricky to set up, but for those of you that want to use this kind of effect, it could be really useful for you. So there's a couple of fixes gone in for this. There's the main link I've got in the description that describes the effect and how to use it and how to plug in each of the columns and the depth area. And it's got lots of discussion on the bottom about how to do that. So if you're interested in adding this kind of depth effect to your animations, do take a look at that to see if you find it useful. And the third thing I want to jump into quickly is you've now got the ability to paste colour values from your palette from one colour palette area to another, simply by right clicking on the colour swatch that you find in your colour palette and in different effects. So you can copy a colour from your current palette and use it for one of your effects. So that looks really useful, and it's just a small addition that I think people have been asking for a while, to be able to move colours around. You can't yet copy the hexadecimal number, but it's certainly a step in the right direction. So do take a look at those three, and they're all available in the current nightly build. So if you want to have a look at any of these or any of the other recent features, then simply go to the OpenToonz main page, to the download area, choose OpenToonz, and at the bottom of the page, ignore the main download button, and at the bottom you can download the nightly build for either Windows or the Mac, and that'll have those features in. So do take a look at those. Hey Yulichek, you made it. Good to have you with us. Good to see you here. So what else happened last week? Well, I guess I should really mention my videos that I worked on. So my last video, let's show that first, was about using textures in perspective. And really it was about putting any column or image in perspective. And this came from a viewer question asking how to specifically put textures in perspective. So if you imagine you've got a brick wall texture which is flat on to the screen, and you want to have the wall going into the distance away from you. That's what it was trying to show how to do. And this was recorded on a recent stream that I thought I'd put together and edit down to have a specific video covering this one discussion. And I think it's something I'll do again, to be able to cut out part of a stream and make it available for people that don't catch the streams, and also so you haven't got to watch through a very long stream to pull out certain descriptions and features and discussions. So I'll be doing this again in future, definitely, for sure, so keep your eye open for that. So this is something that I know Tom has been taking a look at and working on the Discord server with the perspective effect to see how that works. And you can take a look at that over the Discord server, and you'll find details of that in the description below if you're not already with us there. And then also, I guess I should mention my next video that I've already put together. I've already got done nice and early, and that is about importing images into OpenToonz. And it's something that I know people ask about a lot, even though it's actually one of the simplest things to do in OpenToonz. It's a simple case of drag and drop, which is what I'm trying to show in the thumbnail here. So you can just get a picture and then drop it into OpenToonz, and almost always it'll just be added as a drawing in another column. But there are a few gotchas, which is why I wanted to make the video, mostly surrounding the naming of your image file, and also for creating new images after you've imported this image. So watch out for that for next Friday. It's quite a short video, but it covers everything you need to know for importing images. So what else have I done this week? Well, after last week's stream, I watched a video from Tony Gaddis, who's with us today. Great to have you here. And it's about animation and an animation challenge that we're going to cover today. So I'll look at the details of that in a second. But first, let me bring up the chat and catch up with a little bit of that. But that's great, Yulichek. I'm glad you managed to join us today. And if you get a chance, do take a go at this challenge later. It won't take up a lot of your time. You could probably complete it within an hour or so if you wanted to. Take longer as you need to, and maybe do 1 or 2 attempts at the challenge. Be great to see what you can create from this challenge. Finlay, hello there, welcome to the stream. Okay, Maria, no problem. There's going to be a short break soon, Maria, so you'll have time to catch up with the stream. So don't worry about that. Yeah, that's great, Yulichek. That sounds really useful. Well, I'm glad you could make it anyway. It's good to have you here. It's always best when people can make it live for these things. Join in the chat and follow along as much as you can. That's right, Tom. Winston Churchill. You recognised him. Let's pop him up. Yes, it's a dog I came across. I took the photo myself, and he was chewing this stick, and he was he just looked like Winston Churchill, I thought. I mean, this type of dog, if you're from the UK, you'll know, is used for the Churchill adverts. And yeah, it was just the image I chose to use for this video next week, which you'll get to see on Friday. Yeah, good to have you here, Kronos. Glad you could make it again. Great to have you with us. So this video from Tony Gaddis, and is up here in the chat. Say hello, Tony. Good to have you with us today. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to take a break shortly to give you all a chance to watch his video directly yourself, rather than me paraphrasing. So if you take a look at the video and find out what the actual challenge is, and then we'll meet back here, and then we'll discuss it, and then jump straight into some animation. But after watching the video last week, I was really excited to get in and start animating. I've said before on the channel that I really love his little monsters. They're just a lot of fun, a big bundle of fun, and so cute. And I may not be the best at drawing them, as we'll see later, but I do enjoy drawing them, animating them, and messing about. And every time I see one of Tony's videos, I always have to jump on it straight away and watch it. So last Sunday evening, I took a watch of this video. It's only 5 minutes or so long, and he's talking about a very simple challenge to move one of his little monsters from the left of the screen to the right of the screen. And he suggests a number of different ways you can do so, as you'll see in the video if you watch it yourself in a few minutes. And he says you can walk, run, jump, slide, use magic, dance, roll, all sorts of suggestions. But I'm sure you'll have your own thoughts on this. So do take a look at that video. And for those of you that don't know, Tony Gaddis is a game animator, been doing so for over 20 years I believe, but makes videos from time to time on YouTube about OpenToonz and animation. So when you check it out, I highly recommend you subscribe to his channel. I guarantee that you're going to enjoy his content. So yes, I absolutely challenge you to come and join in to working with this challenge. We'll have a chat after the break to find out who's going to join in with this. And then when we finish the challenge today, what I'd like you to do, if you want to, is to share your animation over on my Discord server to let us all know what you've done. And let me just show you, for those of you that are new to the Discord, there's a link down below, so join in during the break, and hopefully I'll see you over there later. And when you do, you'll find a number of groupings of channels. You've got the OpenToonz to Homer Help channel, which you've got lots of useful descriptions of help, some FAQ, and some useful essential things to set up to get OpenToonz working smoothly. A list of video playlists of people who are working on development and trying to improve the program, and some help there. And then also a channel here for your questions, where you can ask any question about OpenToonz or to Homer. And someone on the channel and in the server will help out there. But today I'd like you to go into the OpenToonz to Homer 2D World section, down to your animations, and share your animations in that channel. That's where I'll be looking for them. Or if you prefer, down in the live stream channel, and I'll keep this Discord server open here, so if you send your animations or screenshots or sketches of monsters in, I'll take a look at it while we're live and maybe share 1 or 2 while we're on the stream. So do share them on the Discord server, but I'd also like you to share them via Twitter to send them direct to me and to Tony so he can take a look at what you've created today. And again, there's details down in the description of the Twitter handles to put into your tweets so we can take a look at those today. So looking forward to seeing what you've made with those. And if you have a few of them coming in, I'm intending to make a video in a few weeks about my process today, and also to share your contributions. So if you want to share your videos, let's say via Twitter or Discord, I'll include them in that video too. Unless you explicitly ask me to leave them out, which of course I'll do so, but otherwise let's share them to the world and show what you've made today. Jay Henning, good to have you with us, buddy. Yes, he does. Yes, Kronos. If you take a look down in the description here on YouTube, you'll see a link to his YouTube channel for today's challenge. So you can follow that and then subscribe and take a look at his other videos at your leisure. I do suggest you take a look back at some of the older videos. There's some great stuff in there. There really is. So as I say, if you are new to OpenToonz or to animation and you're unsure of your drawing ability, don't you worry, you'll do great today. We'll go through everything step by step so you can follow along and also create animations along with us to base on this challenge today. So do stick around even if you haven't done so before, and we'll have a chat about that after the break. Because the challenge isn't about your drawing ability or your ability to draw these little monsters really neat and cleanly. Most of us won't be. We'll have slightly different versions of the monsters. But as Tony says, it'd be a bit of a boring world if we all drew them the same. So he's got a sample monster of how he suggests that you could work with. So let's bring him up. That's him here. But if you want to change your character, feel free to do so. But unless you really want to, I'd say let's stick to the same monster and see what we can make him do today. It certainly is, Kronos. Yes, it's quite a simple, straightforward kind of challenge, because it's just about moving a monster from one position on screen to another. So it's not a complicated challenge. It can be completed quite in a short amount of time. So that's why I'm encouraging you all to join in today. I don't know if, Jay, if you've got a chance to join with us today and do some drawing. So it'd be great to see what you can create, either in the sketch format, as I'm going to follow of Tony's, or if you wanted to use your vector format, feel free to do so. It's I Love You. Hello again. Good to see you. Good to see you here. Ulichek, I don't think so really. I've been following the subscriber count, and really it's started, I think, at the start of lockdown with the COVID affair, that people just started spending more time on the internet, and that increased. I think for the the recent type of thumbnails, that's kind of just a bit of fun for me to do something different with the thumbnails. We'll see if we stick with doing them. For now, I've quite enjoyed putting them together. It gives me an extra challenge of trying to figure out a way to present what the video's about by having my ugly mug in the corner doing lots of pointing and surprise faces and that kind of thing. So I don't think it's directly related to that, but it's certainly been a lot of fun putting them together. Yeah, I'm agreeing 100%, Maria. I can't wait to see what everyone comes up with. I absolutely can't. I already know my idea that I'm going to do for the movement. So what I'm going to do, we'll take a break. I'll go away for 10 minutes. Gives you plenty of time to watch the video or to re-watch the video if you've seen it before. As I say, there's a link down in the description. Have a watch of the full challenge. See what Tony's got to say. Have a think about what you're going to do with your animation. Crank up OpenToonz or to Homer, and I'll see you back here in about 10 minutes when we'll continue with this animation. So I'll see you right after this.
Remember what I told you about us. Please remember what I said about magic. Remember what I told you about us. About us. When all the words are heard, every little sentence turns to gold. What if everybody's just alright? What if we got nothing more than this? Please remember what I said about magic. Remember what I told you about us. Please remember what I said about magic. Remember what I told you about us. About us. About us.
Hello there, welcome back. I hope you all had a chance to watch the video to see what the challenge was in detail. Let me just catch up with the chat and see anything I've missed on here. Okay, looks like you was all the way just watching the video and catching up. Fantastic. Okay, so hopefully you've had a chance to watch the challenge now and you've seen what the challenge is for moving the monster from one side of the screen to the other. And Tony suggested a few ways you could do so. So hopefully you've all had a small think about how you want to move the monster. And if you have decided, do you want to pop it into the chat and let us know what you're working on? Or would you prefer to keep it secret and just let us see the finished animation? It's entirely up to you. But let me know who's joining in the challenge today. How many of you are going to join along with it? I saw that Jer said he's going to have a go in Vector. And it's worth me mentioning that Jer's recently released 2 videos about working with vectors and OpenToonz, because I know some of you find it difficult working with vectors, particularly with the fill operation with vectors. So do check those out. And I'll add a link to those down in the description when I finish the stream, so you can see a link to Jer's channel as well to see his videos, and I'll also probably share one over on the Discord server in a second, so I'll do that shortly. That's great, Tom. That's 1. We've got Tom. Jer, I think, was a second. Yeah, it's great to see, Jer. It's really useful to see. I think a lot of people are going to find that so useful. Yeah. Thank you, Tom. I agree. It really is. So thank you for sharing those. And that's an area of OpenToonz I've kept away from a little bit, shied away from. I've done a little bit about vectors, but you've obviously worked a lot with them. So it'd be great to see your perspective and to share the best workflow and best tips that you have. So thank you for that. Before I start on the challenge, I'm actually going to go and do so. Let me find your videos and I'm going to share them to make sure I don't forget later. Aroldo, welcome. Good to have you with us. I don't know how long you've been here, Aroldo, but will you be joining today's challenge? So I'm just checking through YouTube now. Create a vector art tree. Let me share that. It's in Tahoma 2D, but most of the details in there will still match with OpenToonz. I love your little animated character at the start. Okay, I've got that. I'm going to just pop it into the Discord server for everyone to see. So I'll put this into the live stream chat just so I don't forget. There we go. So that's available for people to catch up on now. And then I'll also put in the link to Tony's video so I don't forget as well. So that's available. There we go. Okay, good. Oh, excellent, Jay. That's great to hear. Yeah, be good to see some different characters. I know you talked about backgrounds as well as the characters, so it's great to see all of those. Let me just close a couple of windows to make things run a bit smoother for me, because I'm running the stream today with OBS. It makes OpenToonz run a lot slower, as you'll see as I'm working on this today. Dark Snakes, yoo-hoo! Good to have you with us, Dark Snakes. Are you going to join us today for the animation challenge and joining? So, let me know if you're joining in. Let me know if you want to, what your ideas for moving the monster. My thoughts for moving my little monster is to simply have the monster character standing still for a second. I was going to have a hole open up beneath him, have him fall through, and then either spit out of the hole again to land on the side, or just to fall from the sky. Not 100% sure about the second part yet. We'll see how that goes. But I'm going to follow Tony's suggestions about thumbnailing first for preparation for this. It'll also help me to think through how I'm going to move the monster precisely. So it's good to have a thumbnailing process first, just to get an idea of where you're going to go before you start animating. And as Tony does, I'm going to work in a sketch style. So I'm not going to do a neat ink drawing afterwards. I'm not going to add colour. I'm going to leave it as a pencil style, scribbly kind of style sketch, although I am going to go through a couple of stages for planning out and doing the animation, as you'll see shortly. Yeah, no problem, Dark Snakes. You've got plenty of time, but if you check down in the description, there's a link to a video from Tony Gaddis from last weekend describing what the challenge is. Basically, it's about moving, drawing a little monster at one side of the screen and figuring out a way to move him to the other side of the screen, all trying to do different... Thank you, yeah. All trying to do different movements to see what we can do. But do take a look at that. Join us back here in 5 minutes and we'll carry on with that. So Tom's doing a spin. Is that like a... yes. The... I can't remember his name now. The cartoon character. It'll come to me, don't worry. Yep, Maria, fantastic. A really quick preliminary sketch. Yes, I've got, if I bring this up onto my screen over here, I've got Discord over here, so feel free to share if you want to. So there's already something in the animations. So Marlene has already, Maria's done a quick sketch for today's challenge. Excellent, I see. Lovely, yes. I like that, a swan dive and landing on one foot. Absolutely. What I would say, and something I want to try and do myself, is to push your squash and stretch a bit further than you think you want to. So think how much you want him to squash or stretch, and then go a bit further and just see what happens. I can see Jay's started it already. He shared that in the animations channel. Thank you for sharing that. Let me go over to my main screen. Here we are. Let's get rid of this chap. We don't need him here. Let me bring this back down so you can see, if you're not already on the Discord server, Maria's and Jay's beginnings. Thank you for sharing those. Excellent. And do keep sharing the process as we go through this today. Let's put that up there. Great, I've got that. Okay, so let me start up OpenToonz before we begin anything else. So I could use OpenToonz or Tahoma, and for no reason in particular, I'm going to use OpenToonz because I'm doing frame by frame animation. I don't need the straight line features, which is one of the main reasons I use Tahoma. The new version of OpenToonz 1.5 has got a really neat, much simpler layout that I prefer, so I'm happy to use that. And because lots of people here use OpenToonz rather than Tahoma, it's good to see it in the same program. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I'm going to create a new project, and if you haven't done so already, I'll assume I'm speaking to people that are new to OpenToonz at the minute, and I'll try and describe my entire process so you can follow along as I'm doing this to try and match what I'm doing. So I'm going to create a new project at the very beginning. It's going to be created in my OpenToonz Stuff projects folder, and I'm going to call this Monster Challenge. And the scene name is going to be Through Hole, just to match to try and describe what the scene is, that the monster's going through the hole. Because I might decide to do a second one, either today or another day. So it's nice to have a descriptive scene name rather than just calling it Scene 1. Taz, the Tasmanian Devil. Thank you, Maria. That's exactly who I was thinking of. Okay, so I'm going to do some thumbnailing first, as Tony suggests doing. I'll create a new level, which I'll use the Toonz raster level. And I'm using the Toonz raster level so that I can start sketching, and then I can later adjust the colour to reduce the colour down if it's too dark, or make it darker if it's too light. It's just a handy way of changing the colour rather than drawing with a standard raster level and having the colour land on the page and be stuck at that colour. So I like to use the Toonz raster. I've changed the name of the level, you don't need to, and I'm going to call this Scribbles. Let's zoom in a little bit, and I'm going to name the column the same, just so it's easy to see what I've got here. I'm then going to hit Save All, and that's Control S using the Save All option from the File menu, and that makes sure that you save everything in your timeline as well as all of your drawings. So on my second screen up here, I'm going to bring up the animation, the video from Tony, so I can see the monster on screen and try and draw him as close to it as I possibly can. I'm not going to be too concerned about making him exactly the same, but it's a cool little character, so I'd like to try and get it quite close. So one of the first things I'll do is let's draw the ground plane, and it allows me to ground the character on where he is in the scene. There's no background, nothing else around him, but it just makes the character feel like he's standing on the floor and not floating. So I'll do some, again, it's a scribble layer, so it's not that important, but let's practice ready for the actual final animation. So I'm going to have a little bit of smoothing, but not too much because it'll slow down the pace here. So horizon line, I'm going to bring down the colour to be a little bit grey. That's following the curve of my arm, so I need to try and be straighter with that. In fact, let's use the straight line tool. So I hit the geometry tool, change it to the line option, and let's draw a line holding the shift key to make it fully horizontal. It's quite big, so let's reduce that down. Sort of close together. Holding shift keeps it horizontal. And then from the center, let's just have some lines coming out just to give it a feeling of depth. So it's nice to have this in place ready for when we start actually drawing the monster. So that's where he's going to be. Okay, so I'm going to, now I've got the grounding, I'm going to go to the next frame by clicking in frame 2. And the plan is going to be thumbnailed up. So I'm going to draw my little monster as simply as I can as a basic rectangle. So I'm going to start off with having my little fella, it's going to be standing here looking to the right. Let me just draw little feet on. And then as he's standing there, there's going to be a hole open up beneath him. Okay. I think I might do something with his eyes to notice that possibly, or make them go wider. And then what I want to do is I'd like to stretch him, so leave the top part of his body here and stretch him as he falls through the hole, so the bottom part of his body falls through first and then the top part falls afterwards. So again, his eye line here is still going to be at the top when his body falls down first. We grab the eraser, get normal mode. That's fine, let's just get rid of that. So it's fallen down here. Hi there Tony, let me bring this onto the screen. So if I go to my Discord server and bring this down. So if you go into the Discord and it's OpenToonz to Homer World, and then just your animations is where we're suggesting placing the animations today. So yeah, feel free to share a static image or the first part of your animation as you're working through it. I'm going to take maybe an hour or so, I think, doing this today. So I'm not going to rush it. I'm going to go slowly enough so that if you've never used OpenToonz before, or if it's your first time doing frame by frame animation, we can follow this through together and then create an animation at the end of the stream that you wouldn't ordinarily have been able to do so. So let's try and do that. So as I say, if you're watching the stream, you've not used OpenToonz to create a small scene like this before, please do try and follow along. I'm just going to have a quick drink of my lovely tea. So cheers. Let me make sure I can see that animations folder so I can see your entries going in there as they go in there. And if you just joined us on the stream, do say hello in the chat, let me know who's out there, and let me know if you want to join in with the challenge. If you haven't seen it yet, if you're interested in what it is, do pop in there and let me know. Okay, so I'd like the first part of the monster to fall. We turn off smoothing actually, it'll make this a little bit easier for me. Okay. So his feet are going to fall through, his head's there, and I want his head to kind of stretch and smear a little bit as he falls down and sort of droop, and his eyes sort of smear with a smear frame or a multiple frame with multiples of his eyes as he falls down there. And then the hole I'd like to just close up. So let's just do that, and then bink. Absolutely, Maria, thank you. Yes, that's exactly the point of doing the challenge, is for people to try something they've not done before and to focus on the area that you want to focus on, whether it be squash and stretch, frame by frame animation in its entirety, anticipation, follow through, neat drawing, not neat drawing, entirely up to you. So you use the challenge that best works for you. For me, I'm the same as you. I'm going to try and push my squash and stretch a little bit today and see what we can do. It's certainly an area that I struggle with a little bit. That I sometimes, when you see a cartoon, it looks right with squash and stretch, but when you try and draw it yourself, sometimes it can make your characters look rubbery or made of liquid. It's a peculiar thing when you're going slowly, one frame at a time. So it's something to try and train your brain, your animation brain, to see things, how they move at full speed while you're drawing them at slow speed. So the first part is my monster falling down the hole and disappearing. And the second part, as I say, I've got two choices. My first choice was having him fall down at the right hand side. So what I'd want to do is have a small pause. And my my screen is going really slowly here, but that's fine, we can live with that. What I will do though, something, a little tip for you, if you press the single backspace quote button, I can't believe that's shown in here, no it's not, that can show this view as full screen. So if you press that button while your pointer is over the viewer, then the whole of the viewer goes full screen to give you more room to draw. And then if you right click on the viewer and choose fit to window, it stretches out the camera to fit to the window. And because my level, drawing level, is the same size as the camera, it makes the whole drawing fit to the window, which makes it easier to work with. So Tom shared his sketch. I'm sure you're happy for me to share this with everybody else, Tom. So let me bring this onto the screen. So that's your character standing on the left, leaning into the spin, a fast spin, and then stopping on the right, looking dizzy. That looks great. Looking forward to seeing that. Thank you for sharing that. Okay, so after a small pause, I'm at the right hand side now, and then I want to have a small kind of shadow getting larger, which is kind of an anticipation move to let the viewer know to look to the right hand side of the screen. And then again, using the squash and stretch, or initially the stretch at least, I want to, ooh, they're terrible. I want to have the monster sliding into the screen. Let me just undo this. Try the eraser, might be easier. I really can't wait to see what you'll come up with. Yeah, that's fine, Tom. It's only a kind of a thumbnail sketch for you, just to get the idea of the thumbnails is to get what's in your head down on paper or on screen, and it lets you see what's coming up, and it lets you see what you might have done wrong. So when you see it on paper or on screen, it's a lot easier to spot where the problems are. Okay, so he starts coming on the screen. I want him to stretch as he falls, with sort of stretchy eyes and his long silly nose. We get the selection tool, bring him up a little bit really. Okay, and then again I'm going to have him squashed at the bottom, and I need to try and push this quite a lot, and then coming back up, perhaps with a bit of a boing, a little bit of a jellifiedness. back to his normal position. So let me just move these over to give me space for two more drawings. Something to go up a bit too far. And then settle in to the first position. And the first position on the right is going to be a copy of the first position on the left. Okay, so that's one thought of him falling down from the right. The alternative was the hole closing and then opening again and spitting him out to fall on the right. So a couple of different ways we could do this, but I like the idea of working on the squash and stretch. So when he falls, he's got that elasticity to show the speed falling down where he stretched, and then when he lands, a squash and a bit of a bounce there. So again, I'll press the single backspace quote key to close that to normal size viewing. I'll right click and choose fit to window to see the whole drawing in the screen. Hi there, dude. How we know how much frame is enough for a thing that we want to animate? Are there any reference books that can explain? Yes, there are. There's a lot of reference books and reference material online for free. I think I'd recommend getting on YouTube and doing a search for the words animation walk cycle. I think if you watch somebody else doing it in a video, it'll be easier to follow. But if you want a book, then the Animator Survival Guide is the Bible to go to. It's the book that everybody uses. But there's many books that talk about animation and give you examples for walk cycles. And I've got a few here that I've looked at and used. But really, when I need the basic movements for walk cycle, I normally Google animation walk cycles, go to the image view, and you'll get a mountain of images showing you the different frames you want for the walk cycle. How many frames are enough for the thing you want to animate? There are some kind of rules and guides for that, but the main real answer is you'll know this with experience. So it is a case of just trying to animate, do as much as you can, practice with these things, and you'll start to get more of a feel for the number of frames that you need. So the classic walk cycle has 4 positions for each foot, so that's 8 unique positions. If you draw them on twos, that's 16 frames. But it depends how quickly you want the person to walk. So for a walk cycle, if you picture how quickly they're walking and think about the steps they're making, and then get perhaps a stopwatch or a timer to see how quickly that pace is, and that will tell you how many frames you want. So if they take a step every half second and walk quite a steady pace of half a second for each step and a full second for both steps, that's 24 frames if you're working at 24 frames a second. So for that walk cycle, you'd want 24 frames. And once you know the basic movements for each pacing, for each step of the walk cycle, for each frame, then you'll know how many frames to leave for each of those drawings. So it is a case of find some guides on YouTube or Google, and then follow them, work through a few times, get a feel for how quickly or how slowly they move, and then you'll need to figure out for your character what their incentive is and what pace they need to walk. Whether they're angry or sad or excited, then that'll also determine the pace of the movement. So the main tip is get out there and start animating, and also use reference to see what other people do or to see things working and moving in the real world. Golden Slime, hello there, good to have you with us. Yeah, of course, Maria, no problem, see you shortly. Hello there, Golden Slime, are you joining us today for this animation challenge? Robert, hello there. Introduced from Tony, okay, well thank you Tony, good to bring Robert with us, good to have you here, welcome. And are you joining us for the challenge today? to have a go at a small animation? Thank you, Tom. That's exactly what I plan to do for this animation today. So if Dude hangs around a bit longer, you'll get to see how I'm planning to do the timing for this. But that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to start the keyframes, which are kind of what I've got here in my thumbnails. I'll draw those, and then we'll work out the timing, the rough timing, so we can always adjust it later, and then draw neatly over the top. Thank you, Dude. I appreciate that. So Golden Slime, no problem. There's a couple of things you can do. If you want to go away for 5 minutes, I don't want to send people away from the channel really. Down in the description there's a video from Tony Gaddis, you might know him as the Little Monster Man, who's issued this challenge for people to animate his little monsters. And basically you need the monster to start on one side of the screen, and then you need to move him and think of a way to move him to the other side of the screen. So he could very simply just walk over there, he could hop over there, he could do a forward roll, he could jump and spin, he could do some magic, click his fingers and disappear and reappear, he could melt into the ground, ooze over to the side and reform himself. There's lots of ways to move. So to have a think about how you might want your monster to move, to go from one side of the screen to the other. If I bring a static screenshot here from the video and bring this onto the screen, if I go full screen there, you can see that a lot easier. There we go. So you can see he's drawn two monsters on screen, position A and position B. So it's suggested that you could trace this monster or use this monster as a guide, draw him one side of the screen and think of a way you can move him to the other side of the screen. And then we'll animate that. And that's what I'm doing today. So you can either watch this video and pop back, or just take it from that small description and then follow along and see what you can come up with. And so far what I've done is I've planned out my animation with thumbnails, as Tony suggested doing, to think about how I want my monster to move and what I want him to do. And by doing thumbnails, I can see the animation in one single screen to think to myself, is that what I want? Does that make sense? Can I make it any better? How can I make it more interesting, more exciting? What animation principles am I going to bring in? And for me, there's some anticipation, there's squash and stretch, there's staging, and there's also a lot of timing to try and get the animation timed to feel musical, I'll call it. So I want the hole to open up underneath the monster. I don't want him to fall straight through onto Wile E. Coyote kind of a fall, where he notices the hole, pauses, and then falls. But we'll see how that goes in a second. So that's my plan for today. Yeah, absolutely you should, Robert. Absolutely you should. If you're near your computer, crank open OpenToonz. Maybe just start off by creating a scribble level like this and draw your thumbnail for what you think you want your animation to do. I don't know if you are an animator yourself, or if you're new to animation or new to OpenToonz. I guess Tony knows that, but if you want to give it a go, I'd love to have you join us and then share what you've made. Okay, so for those of you that haven't yet, here we are, that haven't yet decided about joining us or not sure what to do, Tom has created a GIF of his first set of keyframes. Let me just bring that onto the screen here, showing the character on the left, then he starts to spin, spins fast, slows down the spinning, and then stops on the right hand side. So it's just to give him an idea of the timing and the movement of what he wants for the character. So thank you, Tom, for sharing that. Okay, I'd best get on. So that's my scribbles, my first thoughts. So let me click on the column header. I'll press the insert key to insert a new column. I'll then go to frame number 3, where I've got no drawings so far, and I'll press Alt D and that's the equivalent of create a blank drawing to create me a new blank drawing in the same level. I don't want to create another level, there's no need to, I'm happy to use the same level. So then I'll click the bar at the top of drawing 3, I'll move it into the other column. I'll then bring the column to the top so it's in front of my first set of scribbles. I'll rename the column, this new column I'm going to draw in, as rough. And that's when I'm going to draw my rough drawing for the movement. Hi there Maria, welcome back. Good to have you with us. Good to have you back. So let's figure out the size of this monster. So we're just drawing rough, so I'm not even going to be concerned about drawing all of his shape. I want to be more thoughtful to the timing that I'm putting into this. And there's going to be a few different ways that you can choose to put your animation together. And I'm just choosing in this instance to do it this way because it feels right for me. But you might decide to draw a little bit neater or a little bit less neat, entirely up to you. But this is just how I'm choosing to work. So I'm using my brush tool. I'm using the sort of a grey colour. I'll hit save all before I start so I don't lose anything. So let's see how big I want this character. Let me tone down the colour on the scribbles column so it's not so dark. I'll bring down the opacity. So if you didn't notice, I click the little arrow in the column header here, and on scribbles level, on the scribbles column, and then click and drag the opacity down. And when you release dragging, it'll then show you how bright or dark that is. Okay. Oh nice. Okay Tony, look forward to seeing that. Yeah, reference books are really important, really useful. In fact, let me disappear downstairs a second. Is that where they are? Or are they over on my other shelf? They're on my other shelf. Let me come over here. So I've got quite a few books in here, animation books that I've collected over the years. This is just one of them. Preston Blair's cartoon animation book. And it's got some really nice drawings in here. For animation and some walk cycles. It's excellent. It really is a really good book. Showing squash and stretch. And I've shown some of these drawings before in here and this book. It's a really fun book. It just packed to the brim. A bit tricky to show on camera here. Let me just try and bring it up. It's absolutely packed with sketches and drawings showing frame by frame movement. From some of the films that he's worked on and drawings just for the book. So that's cartoon animation by Preston Blair. That's one of my strong recommendations. Don't know if that's on your list, Tony. Yeah, it's a fantastic book. I've got a few great ones, but I think this is one of my favourites just because of the number of pictures in there, the number of samples and ideas. Yeah, it's really good. Great book. So yeah, I look forward to watching that video later to see what other books you recommend. Okay, so let's get started. I keep putting this off. Let's get started. So let's draw my little monster. I have got as a reference the paused video on my other screen so I can see what the monster kind of looks like. I don't need to keep to the exact style or scale or perspective of him. I've talked in the past about a couple of books in one of the older videos that I recommend, and I've got a link to some of my favourite books down in the description there in YouTube. Some of them are drawing books, animation books. A couple of the favourites are books about perspective, which is really important to learn and get into, and I need to take some more time to read them and work through some of those. But I've thought before that I should really share a little bit more about these books and the references that I use when I'm doing some drawing, and I might do that. So thank you, dude, for reminding me about that. I might come back to doing so. So let's draw this little monster. So how big is he? Let's see. He's roughly this big. I may make this a little bit larger, and you could use the pencil brush. That's a lovely brush to draw with, but right now, with working on the stream and with having the resources being used by streaming, using the raster brushes like the pencil brush can take up a bit more of the resources and can be a little bit more of a struggle for the computer to keep up with. So I'm avoiding that today. So let me... Thank you, Tony. Yeah, absolutely must-have book for beginner animators, the Animator Survival Kit. So on the first frame, I'm going to draw the little monster in full, and then we'll draw a simplified version for the movements later. So let me, only in rough, draw him in. So he's got a couple of horns either side. He's got, let me do his eye line here. Big old eyes. He's got this big wobbly nose, which is really good for a bit of squash and stretch, follow through, and additional animation movement, giving your character some character. So you can see the nose moving and wobbling as he moves around, a little bit like you would for perhaps a tail on a character. And then he's got a little mouth peeking at the bottom. And he's got his arms, not quite as long as his body, so they're always inside his body here, with his hands pointing backwards, and his left arm is hidden behind his body, so while he's standing still, that won't need to be drawn. And he's got a big furry old monobrow, so let's add that in. And because I'm using this particular brush, it's given me quite a consistent line, which doesn't quite give you the same look of the monster as we've got with Tony. Yeah, it's a great book, Maria, just for referencing back to now and again, dipping into, dipping out of, where you're trying to work on one particular part of your animation. So we're going to draw the monster with a little bit of fur on his body. So just give me a hint of that down here. Okay, so that's frame one. Let me just take a step back before I go any further and think, is he the right sort of scale? And using the selection tool at the top here, and in freehand mode, I can draw around him. That'll then give me these handles that I can adjust the character a little bit, and I'll use the side handle to make him a little bit thinner. He looks a little bit fat there. And for me, that'll do for this first sketch. And then I'm going to take this drawing and I'm going to duplicate it so I can move him to the right. And I'll do that by going to the blank frame after the drawing, and I'll press the D key. If I right click, it's really annoying you don't find that option in the context menu here, but if you press D, you get a duplicate of the same drawing here. And let me extend the background for a second. Here we go. So then using the selection tool, I'm going to select this character and move him to the right. And that's where he's going to pop out of. But to make sure he's aligned with the character on the left, so he's on the same level on the ground, I'm going to turn on onion skin by hovering above the frame number. You see these two dots, and I'll click one of them. So I can see the character on the left and on the right. And I'll add a line on the ruler by clicking on the left here, and then placing that where his feet are. And then in the selection on the right, I can adjust him so he's standing at the same height. And then clicking away, I've now got the start and end position for my little monster. Yeah, the Preston Blair book is one of my favourites, although I find his name hard to say at times, almost a bit of a tongue twister. It's one of my favourites. I'm happy to show you some of my other books. If anybody's interested, do let me know. I'm happy to grab those. But I'm going to try and move on with this first, if we can. I think the timing for animation book, Maria, I've seen that one, I believe. Layout and composition for animation, I've not seen that one, but I have come across books like that when I've searched on Amazon, and I've thought about purchasing some because layout and composition is so important and is something we all sort of ignore. We sort of take for granted that we can place characters in the right place, work on the background so they look okay, and I think having some guidance from one of these kind of books I think is really useful. It's Kronos. Yes, please, more books. Okay, happy to do so. I won't show them all, otherwise I'll never do any sketching today. But let me just grab a couple more. Let's see what we've got. So, here's a little stack. I've been collecting books for a while, so I've got a few. This is a nice one, Animation, the Mechanics of Motion. And as I say, if you take a look down in the description, you'll see a link to what's called My Kit. And that's a website where I share some of the things that I own, like my tablet, microphone I believe is on there, physical kit, as well as some of these books. So you take a look down there, you can find a direct link to the books on Amazon where you can take a look through them to see what they contain. But again, it's another really useful book. It's got lots of description as well as some pictures, but it's mainly text description about the animation process. See if I can find something to show you. So for instance, here's something about, a little sketch about doing the double take. So it's got examples of that kind of thing, as well as a standard walk cycle. Here's one about shifting the centre of gravity during a lift, for instance. I don't know if you can see that clearly or not. Not sure how well these are coming through. Walking in perspective and drawing in perspective is really useful. So again, there's a small image of that. I haven't got a great camera to show this sort of angle on here, but that's a good book. Here's another great book that I think Robert may already have and know about, and Tony may certainly know about. It's Timing for Animation, Harold Whittaker and John Hallas. So that has got lots and lots of small sketches talking about timing, about how things move to add weight to your characters as you draw them, and also you've got timing charts where they talk about halves, thirds, drawing on ones and twos. Okay, Kronos, no problem. I'd love to show you some of these pictures if I can. I need a separate camera really for that. Yeah, so many. It's got showing how to do repeating cycles with animated flags, drawing special effects. But as I say, if you look at my kit, they'll have the links to them. But this one, Timing for Animation, top book, love it. Some general drawing books, some books about perspective. So Extreme Perspective for Artists. That's a pretty good book. I like that. And it's drawn in a very comical style. So each page is kind of a comic strip. As he explains different perspectives, and you've got the full drawings for that. Oh, I've got so many down here. The final one I will show, I won't go through many more, but the final one I will show is it's a double edition called Framed Perspective, Volume 1 and Volume 2. And if you saw 6 months ago, perhaps maybe 9 months ago, just after Tahoma 2D came out. I wanted to highlight the perspective drawing options, and for that I drew a pool house, which you can see, I believe. Yeah, here in the study at the very top there, just above my head, the very top. So I drew that based on a picture in this book, Frame Perspective, because this book has got lots of drawings in perspective taken from actual comics and actual layouts, all from different perspectives, as well as explaining precisely how to draw in perspective with some basic guides and basic guidance. So that's a very, very good set of books. There's volume 1 and volume 2. But all of these are listed in my kit down in the description. So take a look through them and see which you like. But I really should do something on the channel to share properly some of what's in these books. I did have, as I say, a video before that showed one of the books. I think it was when I was doing the pool house perspective with Tahoma, and I showed this framed perspective book then to show what's in the book. It is for a lot of us Golden Slime. The basic principles of perspective, though, are pretty easy to pick up once you've found the right book or found the right teacher to explain how to work with it. It can get very, very complicated, but you can pick up the basics pretty easy, I think, once you've found the right source to learn from. Okay, let's take a look here at where we are. So we've got the monster going from left to right. Let me take a look at the sketch here, which is in sketch number 2, or drawing number 2. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, and I'm going to move this scribble off to one side so I can see it while we're sketching. So I'm going to use the Animate tool. So I want to keep the same background, so I'll create another column first. So I'll click on Scribbles column header, tap the Insert key. So I've got a spare column here. I'll then click and drag drawing number 2 by dragging the top of the number 2 box down into that column. With it selected, you can see this grey handle to the right, and I can click and drag that just to have it extend so it's always visible whatever frame you move on to. And then on frame 1 in that column, I'll click the Animate tool. I've got position selected, and I can push it upwards so those sketches are out of sight a little bit, off to one side. That's fine, Kronos, no problem. I really want to show more about the books I've got, the books I found useful. Let's make the timeline smaller and push them up here. I want to be able to see them a bit neater, so what I'll also do, I'll choose the Fill tool, I'll add another colour, I'll choose white and hit Fill on that drawing there. So that'll fill in white and I'll be able to see that a little bit easier. So again, let's just move that to the top and I can see that there. Okay, so drawing number 1 is the monster to the left, number 2, he's to the right. So using the pen tool, I then want to add some more drawings in between. So the next drawing, as we've got here, is the hole opening up beneath him. So for that, I want him to be in the same position. So I'm going to extend the first drawing so it's shown for 2 frames. In the second frame, I'll press the D key to duplicate the drawing, so we've still got the monster here. And then on top of that, I can start to draw the hole beneath him. So it's going to be centered around his feet because it's opening around his whole body to the left and right, but also, as we were talking about perspective, to the front and back of him. So I need to go from this line where his feet is, make sure I've got the grey colour selected, and I'll colour that in, and I'll do the same. I'll extend drawing 4 from frame 2 into frame 3, and and I'll press D to duplicate it. And because we don't want to draw every frame right now, I'm going to draw the whole at its largest. We'll do the in-betweens later and work out that timing. So it needs to be wider than his body. And in fact, I can't see the ground level here in the second column. So let's extend the ground drawing for a number of frames as well. Okay. Animation overload. Hello there. I'm very well today. Thank you. How are you doing? And feel free to join in if you've got time to do some animation today. We're doing a very short animation challenge, and you'll all be able to complete this quicker than I can because I'm rambling on a little bit. So feel free to join in. You haven't fallen behind. There's plenty of time if you want to join in with what we're doing. So on this third frame, I'm going to draw the hole wider than his body. That's that wide on the left, on the right. And again, consider front and backwards for perspective. So I'm going to draw it either side of him there. And again, I'll just scribble that in so we can see it's supposed to be a dark hole. Fine. So the hole starts to open, it's fully opened. Then there'll be a pause, so I'll extend that for a couple of frames, just so I remember there's a pause there. And then I need him to be surprised by the hole being there. So I think what I'll do is I'll make him open his eyes wider. So again, I'll press D to duplicate that drawing on frame 5. If I zoom in a little bit, it'll make it easier for me to choose the eraser tool. I'll erase his eyes. I'll turn on the onion skin of the previous frame, and with the pen tool I'm going to make his eyes wider. So let me also, I'll be moving his eyebrows up. So let's make them quite wide. He can look towards us, and then maybe his eyebrows will be up here. We'll work that out in a second. Okay, so he looks shocked, and then he wants to start to fall. So I'm going to again extend this drawing from frame 5. So I'm going to use a lot of copy and paste, selection tool, duplication, because why redraw it at this stage? That's just my approach. You may choose to redraw him each time. I know Tony likes to do it that way. When I've watched his videos, where he'll just redraw either with onion skin turned on to know where the previous drawing was, or by flipping just to go from one frame to the next and then redraw by hand. For this stage of sketching, because I'm doing the 2 stages of the rough sketch and then the complete sketch, I'm happy just to use the selection tool and that kind of thing. Enyo-san, hello there. Welcome, good. It's going really well. It's going very slowly with me jibber jabbering, one thing and another. But yeah, it's going really well today, thank you. And while you're here, I'm going to ask you a question that won't make sense to anybody else, if you'll bear with me. And it's about how you pronounce a word. So just for confirmation, is the word you want me to pronounce Magien? And I guess I ought to really mention for everybody else, I'm recording a bit of audio for Enyo-san. So I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing things right. So there's a word that you've kind of phonetically mentioned. It looks like Magien. Yes? Great, great. I'll have a go at that. We'll see how we get on. I'm really looking forward to trying and seeing how we do with it. I'll get it recorded, sent over to you as soon as I can, and then you can let me know if we need to change any parts of it. A little bit extra accent. You know what would be useful actually? If you could just record yourself saying that one word. I think everything else in there is fine, and you can send that over to me. Just PM on Discord again. and just to make sure I get it spot on for what you're after. So yeah, I'll leave that one with you to do, no problem. Okay, so this little guy is falling, so I want to have, in fact let me get the eraser, and I'm going to go into freehand mode, and I am actually going to erase and then redraw. So he's going to, oops, undo, make sure I'm in the right frame. So there's 4, his eyes get large, and then to duplicate that, there we go, I've not duplicated it, and now in drawing 7, he's going to go straight down there. Hopefully a couple of frames will show that he is stretching. And then the next frame I'm going to draw on its own. So I'll press Alt D, which if you remember is for creating a blank drawing. And with the onion skin turned on, I can see where he's coming from, so I can hopefully draw it neatly. Caligero, hello there. Yeah, no problem. I mean, if that's right, then that's fine. But if you want a bit more of an accent or a bit of a change, Enyo, then just let me know. No problem. But yeah, that'd be great to hear. Yeah, good to have you here, Caligero. Cooking again? What are you cooking over there? So on this drawing, let me do part of the circle first, and then he's going to, I want him to fall, but also stretch. So I'm going to have him, his horns first here to show he's moving, and then I'm going to have his eyes sort of doubled up, I think, and stretched out. And when this moves, hopefully this will look okay. But although I said I wasn't going to colour in, I am tempted to colour the background of the monster so you can't see through him, because by default with just drawing lines and having the background, you can see through and see the lines of the ground plane. So it might be worth colouring over him, and it'll highlight some of these features like the eyes moving and the eyes stretching a bit more. But we'll see how that looks later. Yeah, cooking on 2s or 1s? Good question. Yeah, if you, for copy and paste, Tom, if you paste in the following frame, it should create the drawing in the same level. If you leave a gap before you paste, that's when it creates a new level, I believe. Yes, the Euros match, of course. I'm missing out on that, unfortunately. But I'll catch up with it later. So I have his nose stretched, and also his body like this. And with him coming down here, it's going to be dark at the sides, maybe a little bit around the front. So again, I'll extend that out. I'll press Alt D to create a blank drawing, and just to show the top part of his head going through, because it's going down quite fast. And again, not really trying to be accurate here, because it's just sketching at this stage to give me a feel for what action is going to happen, and we'll do the timing as well in a second. I've actually drawn the horns too neatly there, so I'm going to erase them. Let's take the whole head off. As Dave says, sometimes it's best just to erase and start again. Don't try and edit what you've got, which is great advice, I think. No, Kronos, I drew those guides in myself just to give me a rough feeling for the floor layout. I used the line tool, so that's in the geometry tool options, and then choose the line shape. And holding Shift key, it meant you could draw exactly horizontal lines. And as you click and drag, you get a red line that doesn't lock to horizontal, but when you release the pointer, it'll draw it horizontal. If you try it, you'll see what I mean. So hold Shift, you get exactly horizontal lines, and then for the vertical lines, I just clicked and dragged to create those out. Yeah, maybe animation overload, half transparent, that's right. Yes, a little bit of a smear tweet animation. Thank you for joining us today. A little bit of smear. I'm not into the kind of smears you often see for a lot of people on YouTube in particular. They like a certain sort of anime where if the monster was falling down, you often get this kind of messy smear as though literally the ink has been smeared down the page. For me, I don't like that. I'm really not a big fan of that style, but doing multiples as I've done with the eyes and then just extending characters for me looks better and works better. And that's a little bit of going back to the traditional cartoons, traditional style of animation with the Bugs Bunny or Wile E. Coyote cartoons. There's a lot of those where they have multiple and stretched frames, but not smeared in the same way as you see these days. It's Katie Light is here. Hello there, Katie. Good to have you with us. And hopefully you can join in the animation stream today and join in your own animation. There's details in the description. You've got time to pop off. There's a 5-minute video, a challenge video from Mr. Tony Gaddis, who draws these cute little monsters and the cute little monster animations. Check out that video, which explains the challenge today. While you're there, give him a subscribe. I think you'll like it. I think you'll enjoy some of his content. And then come back, join us, and then we're working on this small animation challenge that if you concentrate on it and just work on that, you can probably complete it in an hour or so. It's quite a very small, very quick challenge. So yeah, do that and come back and join us. It'd be great to have you here. And then when we're finished the animations, we're going to share them on our Discord server, and also we're going to tweet them to Tony to let him know what we've done. That's right, Golden Slime. Tahoma 2D's got fantastic perspective guides. I really like them. But for what I'm doing today, the only thing I'd use Tahoma 2D for differently is to use those guides for the background. Everything else is just frame by frame. So you could use Tahoma or OpenToonz or any animation program, to be honest. So let's see where we are. So he's falling down. I just wanted to have one last kind of smear frame of his head at the top here. Let me make this, give myself a little bit of range for the thickness here. I'm going to have stretched out horns and maybe tops of eyes or eyebrows. Don't know. We'll see. We'll see how that looks. I also need to concentrate on making him thinner as he stretches out. So that's something I've not done yet. So I'm going to select him using the selection tool. And then I want to just bring him in a little bit and make him a bit thinner. Although what I might do, let's undo that. If I select him, or highlight him with the selection tool, if I hold the control key, I can change just one corner and bring him inwards. So he's getting thinner at the bottom but not the top. So only the part of his body that's moving, it's almost like a liquid squashing down and getting thinner. So again, for this one, I will make him thinner because he's moving quite fast here. And then with the pen tool, let's just fill that in. Blifton, hello there, good to have you with us. Great to have you here. I've thought about that, Enyo-san, screen sharing with other members. After chatting with Tony this past week about doing this challenge today, it kind of got me thinking about doing something more with him at some point. Another project, whether it be a static video to share on a Friday video or during a stream or something else. So we need to have a think about what we can do to work together in the future, and for other guys and gals of the community. Absolutely, would love to. Soda Pop, hello there, good to see you, JP, good to have you here. Yes, it does, absolutely. Lazy Nozumi, do take a look at that. So I'm just going to extend drawing 9 again. I will duplicate it just so I've got the outside of the hole here, and I'm going to use the erase tool to get rid of the monster at the top, and then the brush tool drawing the rest of the hole just to show that he's fallen through. And this is where the timing issue will be important to get the timing right for this little movement here. Are you able to join us, JP, in this little animation challenge? That'll extend for some time, and then again the hole will slowly shrink down, so I will add a blank drawing by pressing Alt D. I've got the onion skin on so I can see where it's moving to, and then let's just draw a little hole here, and then Alt D. I'll have a bit of an indication. Oh, get my pen working in time, just to show that it's disappeared. And then we're going to have a blank frame here directly afterwards, so Alt D again to have a blank frame, which again will space out for a number of frames. Let me extend the ground and the scribbles a lot longer. So it's now fallen through the hole. So if I just scroll up, take a look at my scribbles level. So once it's fallen through the hole, I was going to have a small pause, and then a shadow on the floor appears as he then falls from the top of the screen and bounces into place. So let's do that. Let's wait for my computer to catch up. It's struggling a little bit. It's going a bit slow today. This is what happens sometimes on the streams. Okay, so I'm kind of adding more than just keyframes, but it's kind of keyframing it out to give me an idea of the spacing and timing here. Yes, you've been away to Orlando. Good trip? Well, if you've got time today or in the near future, take a look back at the video. Basically, if you look in the description, JP, you'll see a link to a video from Tony Gaddis, if you've not already seen it. And in it, he gives you a small animation challenge. It's only a 5-minute video, it doesn't take long. It's about moving a monster from one position to another using an interesting, fun movement idea. And we're all obviously will have our own ideas. So do have a go at this if you can, if you have time for it. It shouldn't take an hour or two at the most really to draw this in, and then share it on Discord and via Twitter. Again, details down below to let us see what you've made for that. So it'd be great to see what you can come up with for that. Okay, so change the onion skin to show the following frame. That's where he's going to end up. So I need to then do my sketches to lead up to this position. So for the time where he comes back in, let me extend the spacing so I can see a larger gap. I'm going to have a small bit of a shadow at the bottom. I'll press Alt D. Let's look at the previous frame. Then a larger shadow. It's probably too large, to be honest. And then we're going to have him falling in from the top of the screen quite fast. So I want to have kind of probably too much. And the next frame, press Alt D, and let's just sketch this in quickly for how things move. So it's coming down really fast, and while it's moving down, I want him to be quite thin as well, because the squash and stretch will stretch him out like a piece of licorice. So again, Alt D to create a blank frame, hit Control S to save early. Save often, And then in this one, he's going to hit the ground. So this is where you need to look at the feet, so he hits in the right place, so his feet don't slide around when he hits. I'm going to bend his knees and then have him looking quite heavy and quite squashed. And as I said to Maria, let's try and exaggerate the squash and stretch more so than we think. It's easy just to be too restricted and too careful. I do it all the time. So I'm going to push myself, and I'm drawing this ridiculously much more than it ordinarily should be. So again, he's here, he'll have his eye line there. I'm not concerned about drawing him neatly at the minute. Alt D, so he's going to squash down, spring up, and have a little bounce about him. So I can see the final frame here. So he's going to come up above, again stretching out his feet in the same place. They shouldn't move. Out of the bottom of his body in a different place though, something like that. Let's have that straight. And the eraser just to tidy this up a little bit. Back to the brush, save all. Absolutely golden slime. That needs to be definitely a hashtag to be passed around. Save early, save often. Of course it is full chain, absolutely it is. No problem at all. As long as you're gaining what you need to understand how to use OpenToonz if you're not already familiar. You can always come back and watch the stream later because it will be available on YouTube, so you can come back in and see any parts you've missed to see what I did in case you're not sure of how I'm using the program. So please do come back if necessary. But yeah, create it later when you have more time. And then if you can and if you want to, please do share it on the Discord server. Love to see what you're all making. And let me show you again the Discord server, those that are new here. So there's a link down below to join the Discord. And if you go into the OpenToonz to Home of 2D World section, you'll see a channel called Your Animations. And if you share the animated GIFs in there when you're finished, it'd be great to see what you can make. And I'll show you how to render out to an animated GIF at the end of the stream. And then also, I'd love it if you tweet out both to me and also to Tony Gaddis to let him know what you've made from his challenge. I think he'd get a kick from seeing what you've all made. So please do that. Again, details down in the description below. And my thoughts are to let other people know the sort of thing we're making with OpenToonz, to also put in a hashtag of OpenToonz into your tweet, so people that are monitoring that hashtag will come across these animations and see the great work that you're doing. So please do that as well. So this little guy is going to stretch around, so I'd like to create a couple of Patwangi frames in here. So he's stretched up, then I'd like him to come down. So let's just work out, press Alt D to create a blank frame. And he'll come down here. He won't be much different to the final pose, but a little bit. Again, I'm not going to worry about the position of his ears and things. We'll look at that later. The next one, Alt D, and then almost to the final position, which will be just above. The bottom of his body can be about the same, I think. And then he's there like that with his eyes. Just here. Okay, so let me go to the onion skin and let's take a little look at that without any timing. Yeah, no problem, full chain. It'd be great to see what you can make. So starting at frame 1, he's going to stand there for a while, so we'll change the timing in a second. As a hole appears, he's surprised by it. Let me just add in the rest of his body here. That'll do, turn off the onion skin. It starts to fall through. I don't know how clear that'll be that just the bottom part of his body falls. It might have been one intermediary frame. We'll see how that goes. And then he falls down. I like that frame there. And then the hole closes up, disappears. There's a small pause. You don't know where to look, so we need some anticipation or a hint of what's going to happen next. So I want to create this shadow on the floor, have it get larger, and then have him falling down, squash in, and then settle down into the final position. That's kind of what I'm after for this. So let me just work on the timing very quickly for this, and then I might take a short break. So frame 1 is going to stay there for a little while. Let me give it half a second. And then the hole opens up. Let me just extend this by a few frames, just so we've got a chance to catch our eye. So I'll give them 3 each. But then before he falls through, I'd like this large open hole to stay there for a while, so there's a definite pause. Then I'd like him to be surprised again for, I say, 6 frames, and then he starts to fall through. Let me give that 2 frames. And I'm just picking on the frames to get a rough feel. I'm guessing at the minute based on what I've done before and what I've experienced before, but it is a bit of a guess of how long these frames are going to last for. So just extend the timing, add a couple of frames, think that particular drawing needs to last twice as long as the previous, so just put in double the number of frames for that. But just to get a feel for what you think you want for this animation, and then when we play it through, you'll see we get some parts wrong, some parts right, and we'll readjust it. It costs nothing just to time out like this, just to extend the frames. We're not doing any more drawing, so it's really simple to do. So he falls through. So again, I'll give those 2 frames each, just so it gives us time to recognize the image. And then he stays falling through. The hole stays open. I'll again give it 6 frames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I might need more, but let's start with that. Dark Snakes has sent something. Where have you sent something to? And what something is it? I'm looking in the animation channel on Discord and I can't see anything there apart from Tom. Tom's done something here. So I'm just taking a quick look at what he's got so far. Oh, a different Tom. Tom's Dreams. I'm thinking it was our Tom that's been chatting on the group here. So you're Tom's Dreams, Dark Snakes. Really confusing, I have different names. Thank you. Right. He's the other Tom. That's right. I remember this conversation before. There's your little guy. Thank you for sharing that. Yep, so that's the start. I can see what you're doing there. That's the start of that. Absolutely. Crack in. So yeah, so now the time for you is to time it out. I can see you've got your basic positions in there. So now I just need the timing, which is what I'm doing right now. So let's see where we are. So the hole has disappeared. Let me again extend the ground through a bit longer. Then it stays disappeared for a while. I'm going to have a little bit longer on that. I don't know quite how long, so I'm just going to drag it for a number of frames. I think I might need more time. And then shadow appears. So I've got 2 frames where it gets larger. So I'm going to again put this one on 4s instead of 3s. And I'm going to have the second one a little bit longer. So I think the shadow can appear to be a small pause, and then the character can fall into place. Again, let's extend the ground to be a bit longer here. Starts to fall. I'm going to extend the first one for 2 frames just to catch our eye at the top of the screen. He lands at the bottom. That needs to be a number of frames at the bottom because it needs to ease into the bounce and ease out. And this goes back to the standard ball bounce animation that we talk about a lot on the channel, that I've talked about a lot in the Discord server, and is why I've got the animation challenges working with the bouncing ball to get a feel for movement, ease in and ease out. So that'll come into play a lot here. So he's going to be on the floor and then he starts to bounce up, and again that will want to extend with some ease in and ease out, and then sort of get faster towards a slowing down into the final position. So I'll put 2 frames for each of those, and then the final drawing that'll last for perhaps another half second or even a full second. So let's drag this up here to 108. For no reason particularly, I like working up to these blue lines which are quarter second markers. So let's extend the ground up to the same position. Hit save, rewind to the beginning. Let's hide the scribbles. So we've got our ground level, the ground drawing and the roughs drawing as well. Just reading through the the comments about all the Toms, Thomases and Tommies out there. I like the idea of it being a band. The Band of Toms. Toms of Tomville, nice. I see Jay Henning has shared his progress so far. We just click on that to see how that looks. Here we go, just checking that out. Nice, yes. So let me again, with Jay's permission, I'm sure it's fine to do so. Let me bring that onto my other screen. Let me open the original of that. There we go. Bring this down here. This is Jay's at the start. So he starts to walk and then he's jumping over this rock to get to position B. And this is all done with vector levels, Jay. That looks really nice. I like that. I like the look of that. Thank you. Right, okay, so let's see my timing on this to see how it looks. So I'll just hit repeat play. There's a good chance it won't keep up with the FPS, so it'll go a little slower than we expect. If it's close to being near the number, I'm happy to accept it and leave it. Maybe if it's like 1920 or something, we'll leave it. If it's much slower, then we'll open the preview window to get a better speed. So let's just hit the replay. So let it play around a couple of times. The speed is fine. FPS is keeping up to the right pace. It's quite a simple set of drawings, so it's not going to struggle too much. The timing there is not too bad. I'm going to adjust it a little bit in here. So let's see what we've got. So I want more of a pause at the beginning. So the hole opens. He looks surprised. So I'd like him to look surprised a bit longer. So let's just extend that. And as I say, I'm not counting the number of frames necessarily. You might choose to say I'll add an extra 4 frames or something, whatever your gut feeling is, but just some. I'm happy to do some. We'll keep refining it. Don't worry about getting it exactly right at the beginning. I'd also like a little bit of an extra spacing from when the hole first opens before he notices. So again, I will add 2, 3, 4 frames. Why not? Then it opens, he looks surprised, and then he starts to fall through. That goes quite quickly. So I think where his body first falls, this drawing 7, I'll double that to 4 frames instead of 2, just to give us more chance to see the action happen before he goes through. That's fine for a couple of frames for the smear. And then 9 again, a couple more frames. And it's kind of a peculiar thing working out the timing with so few drawings, because this drawing 9 is still going to be on the screen only for a couple of frames in reality, even though I'm showing it here for 4. But because of the small number of frames, you need to show it for longer to get a feel for the timing. So there'll be a couple more frames before where he's higher, and then perhaps another small frame at the end where his horns are just sticking out of the hole. So you're kind of splitting the timing between the previous drawing, this drawing, and the next. So working out the timing here with just a few drawings is kind of just to get an overall feel for the spacing, for the timing of the animation. So once it's fallen through, I'm going to leave the hole again for a little bit longer. And then the shrink, that happens quite quickly. So let's highlight over those two drawings and just press 2s on the toolbar. So I haven't got to adjust them individually. And then nothing happens for a while. Again, I'm going to make that a little bit longer, just to give us more of a pause. And we can adjust these sort of timings in the final animation anyway, where we don't need extra drawings. So you can add the spacing in between the movements much easier later. And there's a shadow, gets larger, and then he starts to come down, bounces, and settles. So let's just move the background to the last up to the end of the animation to frame 131, hit save, and then loop play. I think I need more of a pause for the shadow to catch your eye before he falls into the screen, but overall I'm fairly happy with the timing. I think he needs to fall through the hole quicker here. So I did that, make that too slow. So yeah, that last drawing, I'm going to bring it back down to 2 drawings. And this one, let's just knock 1 drawing or 1 frame off down to 3. And then where the shadow appears, before he starts to fall, let's add 4 drawings or 4 frames, and then let's extend that. And I'm actually extending the drawings in a peculiar way that I don't normally do this. I'm clicking on the drawing, then clicking the handle to extend. And those of you that have been around here for a while will know that I like using an option from the menu called Insert Frame, Remove Frame, these 2 options here, which I've added keyboard shortcuts for, Control Insert and Control Delete. And they are really useful for extending the length of timing for all columns. So if I'm in this column here, in this frame 101, and press Control Insert, that'll add an extra frame for both the rough drawing, the rough column, and the ground column. And then Control Delete removes a frame from both of the 2 columns. So that's a great way to change the spacing of the timing between all of your columns. So I should really be doing that. But you've got, like a lot of things in OpenToonz, multiple options for doing different things. Thank you, Maria. So let's see how this is now. So I'm going to do the final drawing shortly over the top of this, and I'll do the key drawings again, and then we'll adjust the timing again as I put the in-betweens in, and we'll see if we can get the timing looking a bit snappier and to go a bit smoother when we do that. So I hope you're getting on well with your animations. As I say, please do share your progress as you're going through over on the Discord server, or if you want to wait till the end till your animation's complete, then wait till the final animation and then share that. I'm looking forward to seeing those. Let me try that animation overload. Adding a few whoosh lines as he falls. So he starts to move there from the lower part of his body. I might change my mind about that. I don't know if this character, you can see clearly that it's only his bottom part of his body moving. Let's see. And as he starts to move here on drawing 8, oh, let's just wait for the cursor to keep up. They're almost like, rather than whoosh lines, I'm sort of drawing multiples for the horns, really, they're moving. And then it's gone. Let's see how that looks. Possibly, yeah. We'll see how that goes in the final version. Thank you for that, yeah. It's difficult to see the movement and the timing because there's no ease in or ease out on these. I've kind of gone a bit over the top for the number of drawings. They're not really keys, it's keys and breakdowns in here, but that's fine. Yeah, maybe. The problem is the drawings are being held for a number of frames, so the lines sort of stay in place as the character moves, but I think we might end up doing that. Thank you. Thank you, Maria. Yes, me too, absolutely. To be able to insert frames across all the columns, just to space out an animation, to leave space at the beginning or space at the end, or inserting timing as we're doing for this, is so useful. I want to see the end part of this animation, and to do that I'm going to move past where he falls in. Let's have a look. Here you go. So before he falls down, I'm going to go to one of these middle frames in the gap before he reappears, and if I right click I can choose set start marker, and that means when I press loop play it'll go from this frame 69 through to the end, so I can just see that small part of the motion. So let's hit repeat play and watch him land a couple of times. I think he stays low down a little bit too long here. It seems to stop. Although that might be the right number of frames for the movement for easing in and out of the down, watching it here with few drawings, it looks a bit slow. So I'm going to go to, here we are, the lower down drawing, and now press the Control Delete keys just to remove two of those frames. Hit loop play. Yeah, that looks much better for this kind of pacing here. Let's change the end marker to 130 because removing frames using Control Delete doesn't change that end marker, it just changes the start marker. Can you add background on your animation with the monsters? You can do if you want to, Golden Slime. No one's going to stop you doing that. But for the challenge is literally only about the character movement, not about backgrounds. But if you wanted to draw background in, feel free to do so. Most of the people I think aren't going to add a background necessarily. The challenge isn't about that, but feel free. No one's going to stop you doing so. If you prefer to do so in the same way as if you prefer to do ink and colour, then do that as well. But I'm trying to stick with sort of the original Tony Gaddis style as closely as I can do so. So yeah, feel free to do that. Okay, so that's the sketches done. That's the timing set out. So I think next I'm going to draw the final drawings for this animation and then a couple of in-betweens. But first I'm going to take a short break to top up with a cup of tea. So why don't you do the same, or hop down to the kitchen and grab yourself a drink, or just sit back and enjoy the music. And now see you back here right after this. Thank you, Tom. Enyo-san and Animation Overload. Thank you. Welcome back. I was just asking Maria how you're getting on with deciding what you're going to do for your animation. How you're going to move your little monster from A to B. You've got a few different options you can do. And as I was just saying, you can choose to use the selection tool to move your character around, copy and paste with minor additions, as I know you've been doing for some of your current animations that you've been sharing online. But drawing frame by frame is, I think, ideally the best way to approach this particular challenge to get the most out of it. Just want to double check, is the microphone on now? Just to make sure you can all hear me. Don't want to get too far with it not working. Excellent, thank you, Enyo-san. Just blocking somebody from the Twitch channel. There we go. Thank you, Maria. Good. That's good. Yeah, how are you getting on? What do you think you're going to do for your movement? And what's everybody else doing? How are you moving your little monster? I know what Tom's doing, and I know what other Tom's doing. We've seen Jer Hennings, what you're doing. What else we've got going on over there? So in the meantime, let me come back to this. Let me set my play markers to match the whole length of the animation. And now we want to do the final drawings for this animation. I'm going to start with a brand new level. So click on New Toonz Raster Level. And I'm going to call it Final. I've changed the column name to be the same. And it's annoying that it doesn't do that by default. It's an ongoing wish that when you create a new level, there was a tick box next to the name to say, name the column, name the new column the same name. That'd be so useful and save so much time. Okay. Yeah, I think it is, Maria. I think for this one it will be. And although I copy and pasted a little bit for the roughs, now I'm on to the finals. I want to try and draw frame by frame, and this is where it'll really test me to push me into trying to draw the character the same in each drawing, or as close as possible to. So before I start, I'm going to change my roughs, the rough column, so I can recognise it being different from the current column. So what I'll do is I'll click on the arrow in the column header. I'll bring down the opacity a little bit, and I'll change the filter colour to apply a colour for the whole column. And because I'll be using the onion skin, which by default is red and green, let me choose dark yellow. I've used this one before, and it's kind of a bit of a standout different colour to the others, so I can still see the lines on the other level. Let's see how that is. Hi there, Mikhail. Welcome to the stream. Vectors are easy to do, but it has some issues, says Mikhail. Potentially, depends on your character and how you use vectors. Jer Henning is the best guy to ask about vectors, but I personally have issues with filling and colours on vector levels, so I tend to keep away. But for this character in this scenario, there is no colour, and you can even see through the monster to the background, so you haven't got to worry about filling in the character necessarily. So this could be perhaps a good exercise to practice using vectors with, because you get all the benefits of being able to adjust them after you've drawn them, to reformat, to align shapes, to make sure that the character's not wobbly, and also to use the duplicate option. So you could do one of the drawings, duplicate it, and then just move the lines that you want to move, or more easily select a line to delete it and then redraw it. So it could be an idea for this exercise. So potentially, yes. Personally, I really like using the Toonz raster level, or the smart raster level into Homer. It really, feels more comfortable for me. You can adjust the colours afterwards, like with vectors, but it's got that hand-drawn feeling. So for this, I'm going to use the pencil, the raster pencil brush, I think, to give me a more natural feeling kind of line. So I'm going to create a new palette entry by pressing the plus in the palette level. Click on the raster tab, and it can take a second or two for these brushes to appear, so be patient if they don't appear straight away. And then I'll scroll down and pick my favourite pencil here, which is called 2B pencil. To be or not to be. So let's test it out on the first drawing. Just draw a couple of lines, that looks fine. Let's undo that. Might make it slightly larger. And try out the pressure, which doesn't seem to be working at the minute for me here, so I'll undo that. I thought the pressure for the pencil brush made it lighter as you drew lighter and darker as you drew heavier, but for now that's fine. I do like this pencil line. It's a little bit too large. That's not too bad. Let's go slightly smaller. Okay, so let's start with this monster. So again, I'm going to bring up the default view. I'm going to bring up the video on my second screen so I can see the original monster that Tony Gaddis drew. So I can try and keep him looking roughly the same as his. And in his animation, he's drawn him quite loose. There's lines overlapping other lines and that kind of thing. So I'm going to try and stick with the same loose sort of feeling as he had in his drawings. So let's start off with this little fella here then. So this comes straight around here. In fact, he's, just to stick with him, he's kind of curved. And the question is this dark enough? It's using all the blacks. Let me just finish this drawing off and then we'll see how he looks. And he's got fur down his back. Like that. Is that too much? They look spiky? That's not too bad. Eyes I tend to draw too small. So let me focus on getting those right. And then he's just standing there looking forward a little bit. He's got bushy eyebrows. And it's a single monobrow, so let's colour that in. And this wibbly wobbly nose, which I've not yet considered how it moves. Now this is coming out a little bit pale, I think. And then his arm sticking to the side with his three little monster fingers. So let's hide the rough level. So that's not very dark, so I'm going to change my pencil, I think, to the, I've got a darker one. Let me just look at that one, see how that looks. Go on to the right level. You can adjust the colour afterwards, animation overload, but currently I'm drawing in black, so this is the darkest it's going to be, and that's kind of my concern at the minute. I want it to be really dark, so maybe instead of the pencil, should I use the charcoal brush? I know Maria likes using the charcoal brush you've mentioned before. Let me see how that looks. It's quite large, but not much darker, to be honest. And even though you can adjust the colour afterwards, it's worth noting if you change the raster brush for a palette entry on a Toonz raster level, that doesn't alter the style of lines you've drawn, but you can alter the colour later. So yeah, he's quite dark there. Well, sorry, not quite dark enough there. So let me just keep checking on a couple of brushes before we go any further. And I really need to spend some more time looking at some of these brushes later, so I can more easily grab the right brush first time. So here's some dark charcoals, here's some pencils. Let's try the 8B, so that's blacker. No, that's just sort of the same. The 2B is going to be not as dark, so that's a thinner brush there. So the question is, do I stick with this pencil or do I go back to the standard brush? Just see if there's any other brushes that I should use or could use. Try textured ink. Ooh, undo that, make it smaller. Smaller again. A bit larger. That's got some texture in it, I quite like that. If I make that a little bit larger, but change the colour to be not as dark. I think that could be it. A little bit smaller than that. Undo the line. A little bit smaller. Still on the grey. Yeah. Yeah, I tried the AB pencil. It still looked not quite as dark. Okay, so Jay said his finished animation is up. Oh, I like that. Let me open that up in a new window and bring that onto the screen. Doesn't quite end up in the final position, but he's trying to make his way over there. Let me just wait till it gets to the start. Here we go. There you go, make it larger. So it possibly isn't playing as smooth on a large screen as you get on a smaller one. Oh, poor monster eyes. Excellent. Thank you, Jay. Yeah, if you want to work some more on this later, feel free to do so. When you finish though, if you want to tweet this over to Tony, there's details down in the description of his handle you can tweet to. Thank you for sharing that. And if you get time later, love to see any more that you want to add to it. Thank you. Hello there, 1 to 200. Hello, good to have you with us today. Great, thank you. Brilliant. Oh, his poor eyes. At least they make it to the end. It's very cute, I agree. Let me take a quick look at the airbrush, as Animation Overload suggested, just to see how that looks. I know it's quite large, so we'll have to shrink that down. Here it is. Okay, let's make that quite small. Go to the smallest. Yeah, that's still quite large there, so I'll pass on that one. And if I go back to the textured ink, looks quite nice. Let's get the size again to where that's not bad. Hit save. Let's redraw this little fella again. So I'll use that brush. We can change the colour as necessary. Let's get the eraser in freehand mode so I can just draw all the way around him and erase. Let's start again. Okay, showing the roughs layout, and let's draw this. If I go slightly larger, zoom in a little bit, don't want to be too close, but get a little bit in there. Let's hit save before we start, and let's begin. So this fella has got a ruffle on top of his hair. There's his horns, one side and the other. that was my autosave appeared there. He doesn't have any fur on the bottom, so we can just sort of go over there like that, and then his feet on that little line. I like the position of his arm, so I'm literally going to trace over that, but add his fingers a bit easier to see. And let's again try and do his eyes a little bit larger, or stick to the larger size rather than smaller. That second one was mental. It's far too big. There we go. Trying to introduce some perspective of the rotation of the head, because he is standing at a 3/4 view. He's just sort of standing there looking a bit confused. Let's put his nose in there and a little smile. So his bushy old eyebrows, or monobrow, coming across like that. So he's standing there for a while. Let's just extend that drawing. And if you want to do the quivering that you sometimes get, we just need to draw over this with a second drawing slightly differently, but we can add that feature in later and that look later. So I'm happy to leave them as a totally static drawing there. So next is the hole appearing beneath him. And I think what I might do is I might draw that on a separate column. So I'll extend that single drawing out and then add a new drawing level. Again, using Toonz raster. I'm going to call this hole. And again, rename the column to match and put the hole behind the little monster. So we want the hole to get larger, and you could easily use the animate tool to make a circle get large if you want to, but I want a hand drawn feel for this, so I'm happy to hand draw the hole getting larger. Question from 1 to 200, 761. Why do you use OpenToonz and not Tahoma 2D? Well, you could use either for this particular animation. I tend to use Tahoma 2D when I need the extra features of Tahoma 2D that aren't in OpenToonz. So the main one that I use is the straight line abilities of the brush tool. So you can draw a straight line for horizontal, vertical, 15-degree angles, and the perspective options. Really useful, really, really useful. I don't need that for this. The only thing I had of straight lines is the background, which I just used the standard line tool from the geometry options. And that was good enough. It doesn't need to be super neat or accurate, so I was happy with using that. And because most people watching the stream are going to use OpenToonz, I wanted to use a program that looks sensible to you, that looks how your program looks, with the same names for things like the Toonz raster level, not the smart raster level. So you see the name that you recognise, not the ones you necessarily use in Tahoma. But both programs are fairly interchangeable, so you could use either at any time. Yeah, that's right, Dark Snake Tom. You can do that with the vector level in OpenToonz as well. But for what I needed here, using the standard line tool was perfectly fine for me. Yeah, no worries, no problem at all. So let's do this hole growing larger. So I'm just going to start off in the center, draw it there. I'm going to do use in-betweening to get this hole growing to the right size. So I've done the smallest position here. I'll now do the largest position, and we've still got this line showing where our little monster is standing. Let's hit save. Save early, save often. So let's draw the widest part of the hole here, which actually is drawing number 5. So let's extend the first drawing, so while I'm on this one I can see the sketch level of where the hole was in my original sketch idea. Now if I colour this in, as the monster falls through, it'll disappear as soon as he gets in front of the dark area. So we might want to do something, as I said earlier, about colouring him in white, particularly in front of the hole, But for now, I'm going to just do some cross-hatching to shade it in, to give the impression of it being a hole if I go slow enough for OpenToonz to keep up with me. Okay, so I've got the smallest size, I've got the largest size. Now I want to do some in-betweens to show the hole growing. And the pace it grows is obviously up to you as the animator, but what I think I'll do is I'll just do the basic size options of the 5-step positions that I like to do for movements. So let me just show you what that is. So if I bring this down, so I've got the first drawing and the last drawing, and in between I want to do an in-between drawing. I'll press Alt-D to create a blank drawing in the middle here. I can then show the onion skin for the start and end positions, and then I can draw my hole exactly in between those two positions. So something like this, and again bit of cross-hatching just to show it's supposed to be dark, and I might colour that in properly and fully later. We'll see how we go. And then again extend the first drawing, and in between drawing 1 and the middle drawing as it'll be, I'll press Alt-D to create a blank frame, and I want that drawing to go between the smallest and this middle position, but it's going to have some ease in, so I'm going to make it only slightly larger than the small position, like that. And again between this middle one and the end one, so from drawing 3 to the end drawing, I press Alt-D on the extended gap. So now I've got 5 drawings, so on drawing 4 it's again in between drawings 3 and drawing 5, but ease out or ease in, depending on where you look at it, into the final drawing, so closer to the final drawing basically. So I'll draw this near to the edge, but not quite, of drawing 5, and again cross hatch that through. We might decide to add some extra in-betweens if we want to make it a nice smooth movement, but if I just turn off the onion skins, it's now just going to appear like that, and extend drawing 5 so the hole stays open for this period. We might need to colour that in, I'm still not quite sure on that. I think I'll also extend drawing 1 to last a little bit longer, so it catches your eye before it starts to grow. So I'm going to extend that to the left rather than to the right, and to enable me to extend to the left I'm going to press the Control key, and you see this extra handle to the left. I can then drag that to the left by a couple of frames, and then you see it appear before it starts to move. We might decide to put these drawings on 2s if that's going too fast. We can again adjust the timing later, as I said earlier. Okay, so how you're getting on with your animation so far? Do you want to pop a quick word in the chat, let me know how you're doing? So the hole's growing, and then let me just see how long the hole is supposed to stay there for. So that's where it disappears after frame 58. So let me extend this up to frame 58, and then the hole gets smaller and disappears after that. So what I'll do, I'm going to use the drawing replacement option that you can see in the menu under level or X sheet or cells. Drawing substitution to go forwards or backwards on the drawings using the Q and W keys. So for those of you that don't know, that allows you to change the current drawing that you're sitting on in the timeline to be a different drawing in that selection of 5 drawings that I've already drawn for this hole. So if I extend my drawings up to frame 60 of where the hole disappears in the sketch, I want this drawing, which is currently drawing number 5, to actually be drawing number, let's go backwards, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one here, I want to be drawing 4 instead of drawing 5. So on this frame I can sit on it and then press in Q it changed that drawing down through the order of 5 drawings down to drawing 4. Go to the next frame, press Q, Q, and that goes down to 3. And then drawing 5, click it down to go to drawing 2. And the final one to drawing 1, you can actually press W to cycle upwards, which cycles round from drawing 5 round to drawing 1. So that's now drawing 1. So at the end of this animation here, the hole shrinks down and disappears, and then we'll need an extra little poof zap to show the disappearance. Okay, Maria, great. Yeah, no problem. I'd love to see what you come up with later. So again, please do share what you complete later. That's good, Full Chain. It's good to be giggling. It means you're doing something very, very right. So let me draw this hole disappearing. Let me do these little poof lines. So I'm on the brush tool, and then after the hole disappears, I'm going to have, I think, a frame of nothing, which I'll add in a second. And then I want to have these lines being drawn. Let me make it smaller at the start, if I can, if the pressure works. Let me use the eraser to get rid of those. That's the easiest way. Just to add little lines. The next frame, if I show the onion skin, I can then show these getting bigger and further away. And then further away again, but smaller. And a little dot at the end just to indicate kind of like a spark disappearing on all of those. And as I said, I'd like a small gap before, when the hole disappears, to before these lines appear. So I'm going to just click and highlight on those poof lines and then drag that block of drawings to the right. So there's a 1 frame gap, and we'll look at the timing and adjust that later. But then basically the hole will shrink, and then there'll be that little poof at the end. Okay, so that's enough drawing holes. That's not very interesting. Let's get to this character. So he's standing above the hole. Then he notices that the hole has appeared. So I need to draw him looking surprised, so with larger eyes. So I'm going to hide the sketch column, and then I can draw him on this next drawing based on the previous actual live drawing, not on the sketch, because I know what I'm trying to achieve here. So you could duplicate that drawing if you wanted to, or you can draw him again. It's entirely up to you what you want to do. If you duplicate him, his character, the physical body will stay exactly the same, and then we just animate the eyes getting larger. But I do quite like the idea of the movement you get when you redraw a character that's supposed to be static in place. You get a bit more feeling of life. So let me come here and I'll do his eyes first, I think, getting larger. And I'll bring them to the left. And the next frame again, even larger. And I'll make the pupils quite tiny in the center there. Okay, so let's overdraw all of the lines that's there. So you want to go as close as you can to the line. Don't worry about it going over, because you actually want the line to go over a little bit. It gives a little bit of movement into your character. especially where he's got fur like this. Let's go down the other side. And for this sort of sketchy character, it doesn't take long to redraw him like this, so don't be afraid to do so. It gives you a different feel for the animation and a different look to the animation. So I'm going to have his eyebrows coming upwards as well. In fact, I want them to do that thing where they lift higher in the centre as he comes up to look more surprised. So I'm going to start up here. Okay, let's do his legs and his feet. And that's it. So there's the 2 frames. Small change. And then drawing number 3, instead of using the onion skin on the previous drawing that I've just done, which would have changed from the first, we'll onion skin for the first drawing again, so we're tracing over the same lines the second time, rather than tracing over a different set of lines. It's Brazilian Dutchie, hello there, welcome to us. Glad to see you join us on Twitch over there. And that is a guarantee. And drawing number 3, let's sketch over these lines again. Trying to keep as neat as we can, but happily being a little bit messy. So again, I've got my drawings at the minute all on 1s, but I might decide to change them later to be on 2s to give everything chance to be seen and for the drawings to space out in a nice, comfortable way to watch. It doesn't go too fast, and like the quivering of the lines we'll get here are going to be really quick, so we want to try and slow them down a little bit. So 2s might be a better option. Just add the legs on. And then the eyebrow, I will look at the previous drawing. Right, to go even higher than that one. Let's try again with this eraser. That's a lot easier. Enyo-san, no problem, good to see you here, and hopefully catch you soon. And looking forward to seeing what your animation turns out like if you get a chance to do this. Hopefully you will, but hopefully I'll speak to you soon. I'll send you a private message, maybe tomorrow or Tuesday, I'm not sure what time I'll have free. Tomorrow night might be okay for me, but I'll speak to you soon, buddy. Ta-ta. So let's get these eyebrows in. And it's quite tight up here, but hopefully with the movement you'll recognise that's moving. Although you know what I will do, just thinking about it, I think what I will do is I'll actually move his head, the top of his head up as well as the eyebrows. So give me some space for the eyebrows to move into. So I'm trying to match the spikes from the previous drawings, and again I use the eraser and let's have this top of his head moving up as well, only a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. That's right, Wanted, yes I am. He's going to fall down the hole in a second. That's his next movement. I'm going to put these on 2s for now, just to see how they look. It's saved already. And then if I show the sketch level, So I might end up drawing some extra frames to have that quiver moving all the time. We'll see how that goes in a second. So the next sketch shows here where I wanted his body to fall, the first part of his body to fall, and then the top part of his body to fall. So I'm not sure how well that'll look here. So we'll try it and just see what happens. Oh, okay, Tom, let's take a look in the Discord then, see what we have. There he is. Oh, nice. Let me try and open that in a new window. I can't do that, so let me just drag the whole thing down and then go full screen and see how this plays. It might play slowly, we'll see. So he's slipping on some liquid and then doing a kind of flip. Nice. Nicely done. So is that your final animation, or are you doing some more to it? Is that a work in progress, Tom? Or should I call you other Tom? Right, so I want his body to just drop, but nothing else. So I can draw the top part of his body in the same place. I've not drawn his arm here. I noticed I've missed that. To make sure I'm tracing from the final drawing, not the rough. In progress. Okay, thank you for sharing. Yeah, keep do sharing. Make sure you add plenty of space at the start and the end of the animation, so that when it loops, you've got time for the animation to end, for the character to freeze, and then come to the start, and for your eye to catch the new position at the start, and then for the action to go. For the timing, I think it's probably a little fast in places on that, because you need time to see that he's moving to the side before he slips. So he's to move, then slip quickly round, and then sort of perhaps get his composure, and then straighten up and be standing still. So maybe have a little think about changing the timing a little bit to slow down some parts of it. And as I say, give it time to breathe at either side, so that it gives us as viewers chance to watch it in a cycle. Okay, so as it's falling down, everything's going to stay the same, apart from the bottom part of his body. So I'm going to ease into this. I'm going to have a slow movement first of the bottom part of his body and feet moving down, and then a quicker one where the main part of the body goes down, and maybe stretch out some of these first spikes so I can see them slowly sliding down. Might be worthwhile. So I'm going to trace over the lines I've got for the parts that I know aren't moving. And then for the parts that are moving, I need to stretch them out. There, there, and that spike. So you can see just a small bit of movement on these spikes and on the bottom of the body, and the leg and foot can go through. So having those lines inside the circle, I don't know if that really helps. It might be best to remove them altogether to see what's happening here. We'll see how that goes at the end. The hand stays still, and the arm, because that's attached at the shoulder, which hasn't yet moved. The face stays still, and I think leave his big googly eyes. And this is yet again more practice for drawing, even though they are ovals, kind of circles practice. A and this is something I've been working on for quite a while. The simple act of drawing circles is something that you kind of take for granted, but as soon as you start animating and actually drawing circles, you realise how difficult they are to draw, and not draw squares and offset ovals and all sorts. So it's worthwhile as a warm-up before you start doing any animating to draw a page full of circles, just to start to get your hand warmed up and get used to that movement of circles and smooth curves. I think it's going to be really useful in the future for animation, for smooth curves and circles, so definitely practice there. So he starts to fall. I think his mouth needs to drop a little bit so it's not in a smile. Would it go to sad mouth or just a surprised? I think a open mouth position. It needs to be not a smile, but a jaw dropped of a kind of look. Which looks too happy, but let's see how it goes. We can always come back and change this afterwards. So I'll leave that again for 2 frames, and then let's bring him down further. We might need to do it in between. So I'm kind of going a little bit straight ahead for most of this, rather than doing keys and in-betweens. But I want to try and allow myself room to add extra in-betweens. So I think for this one, it might be worth me showing him falling all the way through, or his bottom part of his body falling all the way through. So again, the top part of his fur hasn't moved, and then it starts to move here, a lot more here, a lot more here, and then through like that. So again, that's the same. That's moved. Oops. That's moved down. That's moved down, and then that one all the way down. I'll leave his arm the same for now. We'll see how that looks as he starts to move. Let's get his eyes still looking big. I'll leave them where they are. I might need to change the surprise in his eyes a little bit as he falls. Try and keep the nose the same. You're right, animation overload. It would. The further it moves would spike up in the opposite direction. So let me change that. But first I want to do one small thing, if you will excuse me. And I'm back. Okay, so let's grab the eraser, go to the previous drawing, and let's change those first. Those 3 and those 3. It's probably too much there. I mean, it happens quite quickly, but a lot of animation is about getting things accurate even though you don't see it for very long. Okay, that's that one. And again, get the eraser tool. So thank you for pointing that out. This is one of the huge benefits for me of doing this on the stream with you guys watching, where you can point out mistakes I make, observations about what I'm doing, questions about what I'm doing. I think it's really, really useful for all of us. And the undo seems to keep adding keys. It's really annoying that it decides to stop working properly. I don't know if you found the same, that the undo system is quite poor in OpenToonz. If you go too quickly, it seems to not remember what you're trying to undo. Let's see how that goes. And look at the sketch level and see what we've got next. Was him starting to fall through and then go down. Okay. So again, I put that onto 2 frames. So he starts to move, his whole bottom body goes through. I might have another where his body moves down. Just trying to get the body moving down, the bottom part, not the top part, is kind of tricky to show, I think. Let me grab a little sip of my tea. Cheers. Oh, that's nice. Okay, so let's have a look at this. So it's moving down. Let's go to the rough again. And that's gone down, so maybe the fur goes down again before his body goes. So one more time, let's draw the eyes. Oops. Oopsie daisy. And it's amazing the difference between going clockwise and anti-clockwise has on your drawings when you're doing circles or ovals. So do try both. You might find one of them is easier than the other. And I can see I didn't do the eyebrows on the previous one. So let me just add those in. And I'm going quite slow here as I'm going through this. As I'm just sort of enjoying myself and starting to see what I'm doing, get a feel for what I'm doing. But feel free to go quicker, obviously. Or even slower if you prefer. I know some people like to use a few different sketch levels. So they'll do a sketch just with boxes, spheres and basic primitives. Then another sketch level on top with a rough character to get the right size. Followed by a third rough, which is drawn fairly neat, but you can still adjust it slightly. Finally, the ink level or the neat level, drawn on top, just tracing over the lines. So you can take a few different levels to work on this assignment if you want to. But personally, for this sort of sketchy feel, I'm happy with these 2 levels that I've got here. So we're going to have the fur coming up again at the top, staying the same if I can. Roughly the same anyway. Back to the eraser. Let's take that out. Thank you, Jer. Are you streaming today, Jer, or not? Let me start at this. Let's see how that looks. Erase the line. Oops. Undo. Now the fill tool. Erase that at the bottom. There we go. And draw his hand. And next we'll have him falling down, which is kind of the image I've been looking forward to working on the most here. Okay, great. I'll keep an eye out for that. Hopefully I'll be able to join you in there for your stream. Oh, okay, Maria. What have you got so far? Yeah, no, it's great to see you streaming whenever you have chance, Jay. So it's good. So I'll extend that for 2 frames again. We might decide to not do 2. We might decide to bring it down to 1. We'll adjust the timing later, as I've said before. So now the next image is the monster starting to fall, which is sketch 9. Let me turn off my ink. Let me check here. Number 8. Number 8 really starts to fall, and basically I have multiples for the eyes, followed by just the top part of his head. Okay, let's see what we'll get for that. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Maria. I'll take a look at that in a second. I think you're right. Trying to be free with your little monster is a good idea. Drawing loosely is something I suffer with. I struggle to do. I'm too rigid sometimes with my lines, and I need to be draw some more loosely. So I need to work on that myself. Yes, animation overload. Yes, you're absolutely right there. Let's see if I can do that. Let's have a quick glance at Maria's drawing so far. Oh, I like that. Yes. I'll leave that on the Discord. I won't share it just yet, as a work in progress for you to work on that. So I'm not sure what is going to happen at the bottom. I'm guessing he might fall off the canyon and bounce on the floor, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, let's see how you get on with that and what you're doing. But squash and stretch. Squash and stretch. Keep pushing that. Jay's asking, what is the difference between raster and smart raster levels? Because you tend to stick to vector levels. There's 2 differences that come straight to mind, and the differences are the reasons I use the 2 different levels. A standard raster level, this one at the very bottom center here for creating, that is the sort of bitmap drawing level you get in most drawing programs. So basically you're throwing ink onto the page, and once it's on the page, it's just colours on the page. If you want to change it, you have to either erase it, draw over the top, or apply some kind of filter. So if you draw in red on the screen, you can't change that red without picking a different colour and painting over the top. So that's a standard raster level. Standard, as I say, to lots of drawing programs. The Toonz raster level, or in Tahoma 2D, the smart raster level, that difference is the smartness of that and the Toonzness of that is 2 differences. The first one is, once you've created a colour, as I have here for the fur, I can then select the palette entry and change the colour to a different colour, and it changes the lines on the screen in all of the drawings you've used that particular palette entry for. So the colours on screen are indexed to your palette. So you can change the colour and then hit undo, as I'll do here, to revert back, and it'll change those colours. So it's really handy that you haven't got to pick the colour, the final colour at the start. You pick a colour that's close to what you want, you can do your drawing, do the fills, and once you've got all the colours with the fills, you can then adjust the colours, and it's easier to see the difference in colour when it's on your main screen rather than when it's down in a small palette swatch in the palette entry. So changing the colours is the biggest issue for me, the biggest feature. The second feature is that on the Toonz raster level, the OpenToonz and Tahoma knows the difference between a line and a fill in the same way as you get with vector. So you can do things like here, I'm using the brush tool, that's drawing with a line. If I use the paintbrush tool, which I will do here, in the same colour, that's painting with a fill. So now I've got lines and fills using the same palette entry. But then when you come to painting with a fill, if I just choose a new palette entry and pick like a blue colour, I can choose to paint over just lines like that, and it won't paint over areas. Let's undo those two. Or just areas. So if I swish over the, oops, that'll paint anywhere on the screen, sorry, that'll paint in areas, or over lines and areas, which is both of them. And because it knows where the lines and areas are, you can choose the selective option to only paint where you've painted before. So knowing where lines and areas are really, really useful. And they can be useful for using also the eraser. So when you use the eraser, you can choose to erase only lines, only areas, or both. So if you've filled in your character, if you imagine using, say, the normal eraser, and you want to just delete the fill, you can choose to delete just areas, and it will leave your lines alone. Again, another benefit is you can choose selective and pick a colour, so it'll only delete that colour. So if I choose the fill tool here with that blue, and then colour in that blue next to the grey, when I use the erase tool, I've got selective selected, I've got blue in the palette selected, and it's only areas anyway, and I can just swipe across there and it'll only delete the blue, not the grey, because it knows the difference between the colours because of the palette here, and it knows that's an area, not a line. So if I untick selective, I can now erase the blue and the grey. So yeah, it's definitely worth having a play with both of them to get a feel for the difference. But the standard raster is just a raster you get with any program. Throw ink on the page. You can change the colour of the same swatch entry. It doesn't affect what's on screen, and you can stick with one swatch entry if you want. Whereas with Toonz raster, you need to have a different swatch for each different colour. Hope that makes some sense. Thank you, Tony. Great to see you today, and thanks for issuing this challenge. It was really interesting to see it last Sunday and really got me excited to work on this during the stream. Yeah, I hope to have this finished in the next hour or so, and then I'll send off a tweet to you so you'll get to see what I've done, and hopefully everybody else will do the same so you'll get to see what we've all completed today and over the next few days as people work on it in the coming couple of days. So thanks for joining us today. It's been really good to have you here. Yes, enjoy your dad duty. Yeah, the selective option in the eraser is really useful for ink. So if you draw using different palette entries, it's really useful to say, I'm just erasing what I've just drawn, not the other lines on screen. So let me just delete that colour there. Okay, so back to this character. So it's falling down and I want a smear here. So let me change the timing of these drawings. Yeah. So the next drawing, sketch here, drawing 8 in the sketch level, is where he's starting to fall down. So that's what I need to draw next. Let's show the previous with the onion skin. So yeah, so it's starting to fall. I need a bit of squash and stretch, so we'll stretch his horns up here a little bit. So they're much more stretched than I originally sketched. Oops, there we go. Let me do the top of the head first and the horn to match. So it's like, as he falls, we'll also have his hair falling, sorry, his hair sticking up there. There we go, good, that's fine. Let's draw these. Let me draw his curly fur first. And I can connect them up here like this. Let's move these over a little bit because he's going to kind of thin out as he stretches. And again this side. And again, let's bring this in because I've gone over the other line just to make him thin out a little bit. And then let's get to these stretchy eyes. So his eyes were at the top there, so I'm going to draw these different to where I had them in the sketch. To make them sit better to the top of the head. We'll see how they look. We can always replace a single frame if it doesn't look right. And his nose will obviously curl up at the side as he falls. Go to colour in his large pupils as he looks scared. In fact, let's have him looking down. But yeah, the Toonz raster or smart raster level is the one I use the most because of the benefits of changing the colour and the lines and fills being different. Just look at the mouth, what I did before. So it's like a Let's fill the back of his mouth in there. So I kind of want his mouth to go up. Let's go to the eraser. I'm in normal mode, make this a little bit smaller. Just take off that corner. I'm doing areas only, so let's change that to lines. To make sure I take off just that line. And then that's there. So let me go back to this other mouth. He's looking too happy there. I didn't like that before. So let me change that. Again, colour that in dark, ready for the next one. And the mouth before again looks too smiley, so we'll change that. And it's yeah, I think we're going okay. Okay, so his mouth gets bigger. We've got the multiples there as he starts to fall. And the next drawing I had, it was the top of his head. I think I might want an in-between to see his eyes a little bit lower. And also his nose still slightly visible. So let's do that. What I think I will do is I'll trace over the top. So I've got the position of everything, and then use the select tool to move it down. So his horns, for instance, are going to look a bit more stretched. Again, I'm trying to push this squash and stretch that I keep talking about that I tend not to do. So let's just see. It might look crazy, but we'll give it a go and see what we get. Again, the hair. Let's push it. Let's push it. The eyes still looking multipled. I don't want them exactly the same place, even though I'm moving it down, so let's just adjust them a little bit. And then we'll have the fur looking a bit spikier. And again, getting thinner, so let's bring this over. And his nose is looking like that. So let me use the selection tool to highlight it, and let's push it right down quite a long way. Let's try that, and use the erase tool to erase what's outside of the hole. And finally, I want to have the top of his head peeking through. So again, I'll do these 2 frames, and we'll just have the top of his head, and we can adjust the timing if necessary. So I'll just trace over this quite roughly, because you won't see much here. Forget the multiples, let's just do the top of the eyes. I'm not sure if we need to see much of this at all. So again, the selection tool, highlight that, bring it down. I'm going to make it narrower as he falls through. I think that'll be it. Yeah, let's take off the eyes. We can adjust it later, so I'm not concerned about getting this spot on now. See if that's too slow or too fast with the timing. Yep, that's kind of what I've got with the first couple of drawings. Overload the extra eyes, but I don't know quite how that'll look when it plays through, so we'll see in a second. I'll leave it on 2s there, but we might not need 2 drawings, 1 might be enough. Then he falls through, and then the hole closes, and I'm going to put an end marker there. Stop marker. Let's turn off the onion skin. Fit to window, and let's just see how that part looks. Hit loop play. I'm not sure about his fur seems to stand on end as though he's scared rather than because of the falling. As he falls, I like the movement of the hair on his head. The eyes is fine, they go quite quickly, so I quite like that. He falls a bit slowly, first starts to move, so I might bring that down to 1, see how that looks. Yeah, I quite like that. I quite like the way he moves. So I'm doing something a little bit different than perhaps I could do, with his feet moving first. His arms disappear, that's one thing I noticed. Let me just add those in. And his arms start from the middle of his mouth, just to keep things in the right position. I've not done his left arm yet, so I need to add that in. He goes quite slow there because his bottom part of his body moves first. So I might bring these down to 1s. Let's put those on 1s. Turn off the onion skin so it starts to go. Maybe I'll have a small pause. That might look crazy. Let's see, small pause, and then the rest of him goes. Let's see that. So fit to screen, fit to window, save all, loop play. That's a great question, Mikhail. Frame by frame does take a whole team. If you've ever watched any behind the scenes for Disney or Pixar films or any other animated features, you'll see how many people are involved in that. There's a lot, there really is. So what we have to do as individuals or small teams is you have to take lots of shortcuts. So that's reusing animation, that's draw fewer frames. So put it on to 2s, 3s or 4s instead of on 1s, so there's less to do. Lots of planning, I think, for this also helps to make sure that you sorry, I'm watching my little monster there. To make sure that you make only what you need to make, so you can always create the backgrounds that you need only for your scenes. Don't create additional backgrounds. Create backgrounds you can reuse for later in the scene, so you haven't got to draw a background from a different angle. So I think it's got to be a little bit smarter in how you work, and potentially also use some of the features of the software. So puppet animation, the plastic tool, the animate tool, to not necessarily hand draw everything you want, unless that's really the effect that you're after, to have hand drawn animation. So it's kind of down to you of how much effort you put in and what you expect to get out of it, how you want your animation to look. Okay, there's a little bit of timing issue here. So where the hole appears, that's fine. Then he looks surprised. And then when he starts to fall, because I'm taking the legs first, they do get wider, so I'm going to narrow that down. So let's hold the control key and just bring the bottom left in and the bottom right in. You just undo that. In fact, let's make sure we select it quite tightly rather than going too wide. And bring the left in, so it does get wider there, and the right. Same again. So highlight that. Control key, bring the left in and bring the right in. It's supposed to be getting thinner, if anything. And then number 6, bring that in and bring this in. Even though the first spiking up, its main body shouldn't be getting wider necessarily. And then when it starts to fall, that's fine there. So let's hit save and take a look at that again. I want to exaggerate the mouth a little bit more. So as I was drawing his mouth going down on the later frames, let me just change on this second frame here. So if I look at the previous and then the next, I'm going to bring this round to come down, and I'm going to actually copy that frame there first, and then I'll exaggerate the next frame. And then on 6, we'll do the same again. And where's the eraser? Just to exaggerate the mouth going wider. That's fine. And then he falls down. And then I think I'm happy with that. So let me do a fit to window, hit save. Then there's a small gap before the hole disappears. I'd like to increase that gap, so I'll go into a middle frame and press Control Insert, just to add a few frames there to pace that out. Absolutely, thank you, Maria. That's great expression to put it. Shortcuts don't necessarily mean low quality. Absolutely. Choose the right shortcut for you and for your animation. So what's right for you isn't necessarily right for somebody else. So choose where you want to put less of your time so you can produce more. So that could be in planning, it could be in ink and paint. I've seen lots of people share animations that's almost like the sketch side of the drawing, and they don't go back later and add an ink layer on top. So they've saved that extra process. But it gives it a different feel for the animation that's just sketchy. And that's a little bit of something that Tony does in his animations of these little monsters. They're quite sketchy, they're quite rough, and he goes much quicker than I do and is much rougher than I am and have been today to pull his animations together quite quickly. And I think also getting used to animating and drawing. So learn your characters so you can draw them easier and draw them quicker. Create simpler characters so there's less to draw. So yeah, pick where your shortcuts are. So I see the two Toms have both shared their progress in the Discord server. Thank you for that. I'm guessing Tom doing art, you've got a few more in-betweens to do for that. But I love the progress there, the extra frames in between showing the movement and the dizziness at the end. That's really nice. And then we've got other Tom. I think, again, don't be afraid, Dark Snakes, to let your animation breathe, to space it out. Let me bring this down here. If I go full screen and then hit play, yep, so when he looks down, for instance, he seems to look down and straight back up. Let him look down, let him pause for 6 or 8 frames when he's looking down before he looks up, and then pause again for another 4 frames or 6 frames. Add a couple in and then re-watch it on loop. Keep watching it again and again and again. Get a feel for how he's moving. Do the action yourself. So literally get out of your chair, stand up, stand there, look down, look up, and then go. And just think about the timing it takes you to do that action. Yeah, so you need spacing when he looks down, a bit more spacing when he looks up before he moves into the fall. Absolutely. Yeah, I think you're well on the way with this one. But just let the animation breathe a little bit. And then with adding that spacing, you might decide that you want to add another frame of drawing to smooth out the motion. So between him looking down and looking up, you could have one with him partially looking up and insert that to include it in the timing of the movement. But don't be afraid for your animation to not move. If you want him to pause and think, show us him pausing and thinking. So add some spaces in there. But yeah, that's well on the way. Thank you for sharing that. Looking forward to the next one in a few minutes, so definitely. And Guts, hello, good evening, good morning. How are you? Nice to see you with us. Good to have you here. Okay, so he's gone through the hole, there's a pause and then it shrinks. So I think I wanted to have a little bit more spacing here possibly. We'll see, we'll come back to that. So he's disappeared. And then before he appears again, I definitely want more time again. Let it breathe. So Control Insert, just add a few more frames. And then because I want to see this animation I'm working on the next section, I'm going to click in the gap somewhere, right click and choose set start marker. So when I next press loop play, I won't be watching the first part of the animation. And that'll also give me a chance to forget that timing of how that moves on its own. And I'll look at the second part of the animation, work on that timing, and then when we watch them both together, we can then get a better feel for the whole motion. So let's move the end marker over here a little bit. Okay, so we want a shadow appearing just before he falls in. So let's come back to where the last drawing ended, on the final one here, and on the following frame I'm going to press Alt D to create a blank drawing. Let's hit save, make sure we don't lose anything. Then I'll drag that drawing 10 all the way to the right to where I want to start sketching the next part of the animation. So that's Dark Snakes and Tom's been shared. I know Maria's working on it and you've shared your first part. So who else do we have here today that's working on this animation? Or that would like to? Would you like to pop your name in the chat? Let us know who's out here. So this is a shadow under the character. Is going to be what we call an anticipation. So it lets the viewer know to look at this part of the screen, something's going to happen. Although you will be looking down at the ground and then it falls in from the top, but it gives you attention, makes your attention come over to that side of the screen. So let me just make a little mark. Again, let's put it onto 2s, and then we'll go to the larger mark. Let's drag those frames over. So here I can see the sort of large size that I was going to have. So make this larger and just give a rough colouring in there. Put that onto 2s as well. And again, in between those two, I'm going to add another drawing. So I can just click between the two drawings, and then I'm going to do again the 5-point position from the start frame to the end frame. I'll add a middle frame exactly in the middle, and then one very near to the start and one very near to the end. So there's ease in and ease out. So in this one I'm going exactly in the middle here, from there to here. And then I'll extend the first drawing and we'll have slightly larger. And the scribble will look messy and it's not going to be exactly expanding, but you'll get a good feeling for it expanding. So again, between drawing 3 and 5, it's going to be near to 5 than it was to 3, sorry. Oh, a couple of great questions here. So Wanted200 is asking, how do I onion skin all the layers? To show the onion skin across columns, is right click anywhere where the frame numbers are and choose extend onion skin to scene, and then that'll show the onion skin for any other images you've got in any other columns. And then when you finish, if you want to show just the skin for this column, right click on the frames and limit onion skin to level. So you can choose between just the one level or the one column and all columns. Full Chain's asking, where can we share the whip? So your work in process you can share in the Discord server. There's a link down below if you're not already a member. But if you want to join the Discord, you can then go to the Discord, into OpenToonz to Home of 2D World, your animations. And that's where we're sharing the whips today, your works in progress. As you work through them, and we'll take a look here on the stream and see how you're getting on. And then when you're finished, if you want to share your finished animation here as well, and then also tweet it out with details that's down in the description to me and to Tony, so that he can see what we've all been working on. You say you're very loose with your lines. Excellent, that's good. It's better, I'd say, to be too loose with your lines than too tight and too restrictive. It's easier to be loose and then constrict them to be more accurate than it is to be too tight and trying to loosen up. So that's a great thing. Okay, so the shadow's here until the character starts to come in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to actually have the shadow quivering to give it some life. So let me reduce this final frame down to 1 by highlighting all the frames and dragging the handle down. Then on frame 15, let's try and draw the shadow the same sort of size as what we've got in drawing 14. And then I'll select on both two shadows, press Ctrl C, go to the gap and then press Ctrl V, and I'll keep tapping that so the shadows are showing and quivering slightly until our character lands, and we'll remove them later if necessary. Okay, so here we've got the monster falling into the shot. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move all of these drawings down into the column below, which was the whole column, where the hole was, so that on this frame I can draw our monster character on top of that shadow. So here he is falling in. So let's choose the brush tool, and I'll add an onion skin to the final drawing of the monster. That's drawing 22. I'll then right click and choose extend onion skin to scene. So now I can see the onion skin here for a drawing in a different column, so I can see my monster character. So I've got a better idea of the character I'm drawing. Okay, so let's start off at the bottom. We'll draw his little legs and feet first. In fact, let's have his feet sticking up, because as he's falling, they're kind of loose and floppy, moving upwards there. And because he's falling, he's going to have his fur blowing upwards, as we talked about earlier. So let's draw that in first, and then we can draw his body in. And I may have drawn too much of him here. So what I'm going to do is on the very next drawing, I'm going to trace him again at that position, and then the preceding drawing I can move upwards, and I won't lose any information because I've traced him here, so I won't lose what I've just done. So let's trace him, and it doesn't need to be super accurate. Let me bulge that out a little bit. There. So on drawing 10, using the selection tool at the top here, I'm in freehand mode. So I'll draw around the body and just push him upwards like that. And holding the control key, I'll bring in the bottom part of his body a little bit, because it seems to stick out a little bit there. Good. So he starts to come in, then he's in, and I'll put these both on 2s. Then he's falling a lot and then hitting the ground on the next drawing. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to copy my final image. So the first image here, I'm going to, let me think the best way to do this. If I copy that, Control C, go to the end, paste it here and press Control V, I can then go to the following frame, press D to duplicate, and now I've got a duplicate that I can edit separate from drawing 1. So I can now delete drawing 1, and drawing 12, I can actually position him in the final position here. So I can see exactly where I'm heading to in a second, and it's the same drawing as on drawing 1. Let's grab a sip of tea. Which also means I can now use that drawing as reference for the falling monster. So if I right click on the frame numbers and limit the onion skin to this level, that removes a lot of the clutter from the other levels. And the next drawing after the falling one needs to be between him falling and the final position. So it's falling quite quickly. So what I'm going to do is I'll trace over kind of the initial drawing to get the right scale, and then shrink him and bring him in between those two drawings there. So you'll see what I mean in a second. So let's exaggerate the horns, because he is falling. The fur is sticking up. He's got 3 tuffles I've drawn on top, and again as he's falling, the fur here is going to be sticking up. And the same on the other side. And a curved bottom because he's falling, and we're going to have his little feet sticking up like this. I've not drawn his arm so far. In fact, I've not drawn his left arm at all, so I need to add that in at the end. So let's draw him with the arm waving in the air a little bit. Let's draw the other arm in now, why not? And his eyes, he's going to be looking excited, he's going to be looking down. A little bit bigger than that. He needs to know where he's falling to. And his nose is going to be really wobbly. Something like that without being quite so mad. There we are. With his mouth looking a bit happy perhaps. Compared to how he was before. Okay, so now we can position him between start and end position as he's falling down. Might actually multiple his eyes a little bit, and the same for his mouth. And maybe his nose. Let's see how that looks when we get to it. So the next drawing has got to be him squashed on the floor. Yep, I've got the timing slightly offset here, so I'm going to extend that out so I can see that. So here, drawing 18 is the squashed on the floor view. So again, let's try and exaggerate this. So we know where his feet are going to land because we can see them on drawing 13. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I'm not going to worry about the sketch for his feet. Let's turn that off so I can see the actual feet position here. There we go. Now put the sketch back in. So he's going to be squashed down here, looking quite wide. So let's see if we can figure this out. So it's going to be of his horns at the top here. We're going to have his hair sticking up first. Let's look at how that looks here. Look, so we've got 3 spikes. 1, 2, let's come over a bit. 3. There's his horns. Still quite narrow, so let's just use the eraser and start again for that. And how are we doing out there? And then he's got 4 ruffles is falling, so he's just hit the ground. So as he hits the ground, his fur's got to be still sticking up, and then the fur falls down with him. So we need to account for that movement in there. I've also made this not as wide as it should have been, so I'm going to draw that again. And then here again, we've got 4 spikes, a fur, 1, 2, 3, 4. As he lands, his eyes have got to close. His nose is still squeaking out the side. That's gone massive, so it can't be growing in size. And he looks a little bit like SpongeBob SquarePants here in this view. So I need to have his eyes closed because he's landing and squashing them down. So I think the old cartoon V's is going to be enough for that. Hello there, Corey. Welcome to the stream. Oh, thank you, Corey. That's really nice of you to say. And that's good to hear. It's cool to hear. Because myself, I came back to animation after many, many years of not doing anything with animation. And it's OpenToonz that brought me back. Being able to get hold of a software like this, a professional software, but free to the public is fantastic. And that's why I shout so loud about it. Because I've been wanting something like this for 20 years. So no, I'm really pleased you've come back to us. And back to animation. So it's a great little hobby to get into, and potential future job if that's what you're interested in doing. Will you be joining us on this challenge today, doing this little animation? Did you see what the challenge was yet? Have you had a read down in the description, or have you been hanging around on the stream for a while? I need the mouth also to be a bit of a squash, I think. Can I do have him kind of saying ooh, an ooh sort of big pursed lips. Ooh, as he lands maybe. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if you do get a chance, if you want to do a little project, a small little animation to get you into OpenToonz, or you're not sure what to do, then this is a great one to try and do. It really is. Oh, thank you, Maria. That's good. I'll take a look in a second. Yeah, it's a great little challenge. It's quite a short thing. You can probably complete this in an hour or so, maybe 2 hours, depending how slow you work or how good you are, how much you know your software and what you're trying to achieve. But no, thank you for joining anyways. Good to have you along. Okay, so his arm's still sticking up there. I'll do the same here. And I do his left arms all together throughout. Ah, thank you. I was interested in how people found me. I did post about this quite a long way in all the places I could think of, because I know there's lots of people that are new to OpenToonz or even new to animation, and it's sometimes difficult to know where to start and to feel overwhelmed by the thoughts of learning animation, thinking, oh, I've seen Disney films, they look really complicated, really beautiful, and I struggle to draw a circle, I can't draw a stick figure or what have you. Looking at the program and thinking, OpenToonz is just really too complicated to understand. I wanted to invite as many people as we can to sit and watch what we're doing, to see it's not that complicated. You can start with the basics. You haven't got to be great at drawing. You can start to draw some basic figures and to get some movement and get a feel for animation, and don't worry about the technical details till later. You can start to build on them piece by piece. So yeah, I posted it quite wide, so thank you for mentioning Reddit. So let me just take a look at Maria's. Yeah, I love your little monster. Oh, it's a zoomer. Let me bring this down for everyone to see. Let me go full screen with this. So this is Maria's rough so far. There he comes. Don't land on me. And then he jumps over there. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, great. You keep working with that. Adding your extra in-betweens or whatever you need. I love the kind of stretch as he goes over there. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. Let me just minimize that window for a minute. Dark Snakes. Yeah, OpenToonz, once you know a few basics and you understand the basic principles, it is really easy to use. But there's also so many other features. So if you look at a context menu or look at a menu, it's easy to get overwhelmed and think, what do I do? Which of these can I use? Which is why I always talk about how you can get into the program, how easy it is for people to start working with it. Just start working with it and learning it piece by piece. We can all get into it if we've got an interest in animation. So I'm really a big fan of OpenToonz and encouraging people to start with the animation. How to do a GIF, Dark Snakes is also asking. So I was going to render mine out as a GIF later, but let me show you the basic principle. So if my animation did go up to frame 129, as it currently shows at the minute, if you go to the render menu, output settings, and if you've set up FFmpeg already, then you just need to come into the output settings, putting the frame numbers for your animation from frame 1 to 129. If you're sharing it on the Discord server, it doesn't need to be full HD. You can leave it full HD if you like, but you can also use the shrink option to make it shrink the animation to a smaller size, and that's literally a smaller size in pixels to go on screen and smaller in file size. So if you put 1 in there, you get full size HD animation. If you change that down to a 2, then it's rendered at half the size. That's half the width and half the height, which actually gives you a file size about a quarter smaller, a quarter of the size of a full HD. So you might want to shrink it down. And then just choose GIF as the option in the file type. Give it a nice name, and then it saves by default in the outputs folder where your project is. And if you're not sure where that is, you can click the button to the right with the 3 dots on it, and you get a pop-up showing you the location of where the outputs folder is, of where you'll find your GIF. So pretty straightforward again, once you've found the right location. Yeah, if you're using Tahoma 2D, great point, Tom. FFmpeg is already installed and set up. Yeah, when you're ready, Maria, again, share it on the Discord and do tweet it over to us all so we can get to see your final animation. Okay, so where are we now? So the little fella's come down. I want him to ease into the bottom position and then ease out. So I think what I need to do is, if I add a drawing directly before, so I'll extend drawing 12 here, and then I'll add a blank frame by pressing Alt-D. So it creates me a new drawing and shuffles along the drawing numbers here. So I can only see the following frame. So I want him to hit the floor, ease down into it, and then ease out. So this is the frame prior to him hitting the lower limit. So I'm going to move this up a little bit. So what I will do is I'll trace the top of his head. I'll make these spikes a little bit more spiky because as the preceding frame we're still falling. Then use the selection tool. I'll move this up a little bit, and then that'll be the ease in to the bottom drawing. So I'm thinking where his nose is going to go. Yes, that's down here. So the previous one has got to be slightly higher. And then likewise for these, slightly higher. So his legs have hit and he's gone down a bit more, so I'm thinking try that, we'll see how that looks. And I'm thinking I might not let you see through his nose. So if I use the eraser on drawing 14, and just get rid of his lines in the middle here so you can see exactly where his nose is, like that. Are you using OpenToonz or Tahoma, Tom? Other Tom? If you're using Tahoma, you should see the GIF option. Ah, there you go, Maria, exactly the right question. Okay, so his eye again is slightly higher. Because he's falling into this view. And his feet are going to be in exactly the same spot, but his knees less bent. So he's squashing down into it. I'm thinking I might want his nose slightly higher, but we'll come back to that. Let's draw the arm. So slightly higher than where it is there. I don't think we need any more ease-ins at that stage. Yeah, so there's a video on the channel, Tom, about setting up FFmpeg. If you go to my channel, I made it about 5 or 6 weeks ago. So if you look at the videos in order, it's got FFmpeg plastered on the front. You can't miss it. It's really straightforward to do it, but you might want to do it at a later date rather than right now. But if you want to take a look at that when you're ready, and that's got it on to tell you how to do that. So I want him to stay down for a second and then start to come up. So what I think I'll do is I'll use drawing 13 again once it's come down, and I'll show drawing 13 by highlighting 2 frames and pressing the Q button, which reduces those 2 drawings to the previous drawing of 13, and then we want to have this boing around the final drawing. So I'm going to delete that drawing. Well, if I press Q again to make that drawing 13, I can actually press Alt D to create a new drawing here. And I'll sit between the squash drawing, turn on the onion skin, between the squash drawing and the final position. No problem, Dark Snakes, that's fine. I don't know why they banned your IP address unless you did something naughty in the past on someone's Discord server. Unless it's your account name that's the problem. But yeah, if you can't put it onto the Discord, then you can always tweet it out to me. And in the description below, I've got my Twitter handle, and the same for Tony Gaddis, so you can share it with both of us. Okay, so let's draw this character where he's stretched upwards higher than here. So, in fact, I wanted to change. I just realised drawing 13 isn't what I wanted. It can't be the same because of his fur falling down. So I don't want drawing 13 there. So let's put these back to 14 by highlighting the 13s and pressing W. So they'll go back to 14. I'll then press Alt D to create a blank new drawing, and I'll look at the drawing 13 and use onion skin on there. Ah, animation overload, exactly right. Jim P, hello there, welcome back. Good to have you with us. I don't think I've done anything wrong on Discord either, hopefully. I've tried not to, that's for sure. So, after 14 areas down, I think I want a drawing where his fur settles. So let's put it back to 2s. So I'm going to onion skin 14, and then very quickly I'm going to draw the same thing but with the fur dropped. So let's sketch over this, and the nose is dropping as well. That's too big. Yeah, let's try that. With a smaller ooh. Let's get these horns right. The fur is coming down. And the same for this fur here. Change that back to freehand, which is much easier. Hit save. Just add in this last part. Oops. Let's get his foot right with the eraser. His arm is also dropping. Oops, let's get the further right way round without drawing over his nose. Yeah, there was only one person banned, Tom, the person that was spamming at the time. No, Jimpy, you can use a computer. I used my PC to connect to Discord, and I use Discord on my PC most of the time. So it should be fine. Unless they've changed things since. Yeah, there's the browser version and the app on your computer, or you can try and create an account on your phone and see if that works, maybe, and then go back to your computer to upload. Okay, so he's squashed down. There we go. And he's bouncing back, and I might need an in between here, but let's just do the top drawing first. So again, I'm going to draw over the drawing to try and keep the scale and the size of the character more accurate. He's moving upwards at this stage, so his fur should be like it is normally. I'll elongate his eyes slightly again to try and emphasize that squash and stretch. But what did I say earlier? Let's push the squash and stretch, so let's make it a little bit bigger. That's right, I did, yes. You're right, Tom. It's Ashnan over on the Twitch. Hello there, Ashnan. You back? Just make these slightly bigger. The nose longer to try and get some, again, squash and stretch in there. I'll leave the mouth as it was before. I don't know if I've been doing the eyebrows. I think I may have missed them for a few drawings, so we'll add those back in as and when. And we'll make this longer than the original because he is stretched as he's coming back up. So what I need to do, as I keep forgetting to do, is make him thinner. So let's thin him out. That's fine. Bring him back to the centre and then up a little bit because he is stretching up. Yeah, possibly just the middle part. So I'm trying to follow the green line because that's the final position for his feet. I don't want to be changing that. JP, it really is. It really is. It's got everything you need in here. So let's do his arm slightly stretched. Let's see how that looks in a second. And do his eyes in the centre there. So that's stretched upwards, and then go in between to stretch him downwards. Alt D to create a blank drawing in between the two to make it easier. And then again, I'll do the in between lower than the green, but I'll start off by tracing the green without any squash and stretch because it's so close. It needs to be so close to the final position. So again, I'm looking at the green, not the red. I'm going to do the eyes try and do the eyes the same. And the nose a little bit to the side perhaps to give it some movement because it's a little bit wobbly as he's springing around. And then I'll select that and we'll move that down a little bit, and I think we'll add another couple of in-betweens in between, but let's get the basics done here first. We'll hide the red because it's slightly lower, but I do want the bottom of his body roughly the same place. So we'll have these fur pieces slightly lower as well, going less low as you go down. So there's less bounce there. So they're slightly lower, this is about the same. And it's coming down, so we'll start the arm lower, finish lower, release the fingers lower like that, but only a little bit. And then the mouth, ooh, terrible. Virtually the same, but a little bit lower. With the eyes trying to match there. Let's go slower while we do that. Oh, don't forget the little feet. And this is missing quite a few in-betweens. It's missing his left arm all the way through. Put these onto 2s. But I want to just see it to get a feel for how this looks. Let's extend the final drawing to the end. It's on frame 129, but let's insert a few more frames there just to bring it along so it stands for a whole second. To 138, and then drag the end marker to there. Oops. Turn off the onion skin, save it, fit to window, and then we'll replay and see how that looks from our start position. Right, so it's filled in the gap here of where it's fallen through the hole, which is that drawing there. Leave it for 2 frames, so I'll delete that drawing after that he falls through the hole. Where he starts to appear is that drawing 10, so I'll delete directly the one before, and then I can click the bar at the top of those in between, and that'll select just that section, and then tap delete for that. Save. So rewind back to the first frame. So he's gone through the hole, he's disappeared for a second, and then we get this. So it's quite slow at the bottom. I need to speed that up. So we'll look at the timing here. Yeah, that's far too slow. I've got a huge pause at the bottom there. That one there, because he goes down for 2 frames. So I think I might put those on 1s. I'll put the last one actually on 2s. So there's a second frame before he springs up and then into place. That needs more exaggeration. I keep talking about exaggeration, something I don't do enough of, and we need more of in cartoons. So I need to add a more exaggerated high and a more exaggerated low before he settles, I think. So let me just hit save and then replay that to look at the bounce down at the bottom. So let's look at this shadow here. I might keep the shadow in, so I'll select frames 23 and 24. I'll press Ctrl C, go to the blank frame and press Ctrl V to paste this in so it continues. And I might take it right to the end and see what happens. Hit save and replay. Maybe they should be on 2s, so I'll select all of those and press 2s, which will extend them off the end of the timeline. That's fine. Let's try again. Yes, I think you're right, Maria. It needs to expand, it needs to be larger when he lands, really. You can't see his arm doing too much, but it is quite thin. And Full Chain has shared his. Oh, nice. Yeah, you need to add a background in, change your alpha, but I think you know where that is. Just in case you don't, let me show you very briefly, because I need to do the same. So if you go to your X-Sheet menu, Scene Settings, and just drag the alpha up there, and that'll give you the same colour background as you can see for your camera in OpenToonz. So if you do that before you render, you'll get the background, but that's really nice. And again, if you don't mind, I'd like to share that. And in fact, I can see a background here when I open it in its own window. Let's bring it down here. This is how it looks. So he climbs out of his own skin and then zips it back up. That's really nice. I like that. I can't wait for Tony to see all these different animations you're doing and the different styles, the different outputs. That's really nice. Thank you, Full Chain. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, you're right. Animation overload. Having his pupils move, that'd be quite good. Yeah, it is fast, Maria. Maybe I might make that slower. We can tweak with individual pieces. And what I think I'll do is I might finish in a few minutes tonight for the basics of this, come back to it tomorrow and do some more editing to tighten it up a little bit, add a few more in-betweens. So I might do that tomorrow night. So let's just review this again one last time before I add some more on. Let me make that shadow larger. You're absolutely right. It really should as he lands. So let me come into the shadow column, delete one drawing. I can click on the bar which highlights the following drawings, the following subsequent drawings. So I can delete those. And then using the onion skin, let me paint this larger and wider. So to there. So it's like an oval kind of shape, but scribbly and messy. 2 frames, and then again, this has got to be really large because he's gone stretchy. It's not got to be neat. It's supposed to be kind of a scribbly style. Stretch it for 2 frames. And again, let's just trace over the top of that to get roughly the same size, but you'll see a twitching of that part of the drawing. And again, make that 2 frames, and then he's coming upwards. And I've offset the drawings accidentally, so let's bring these back. Well, let's bring these forward by 1. There we go. So squash down, and then when he stands up, let's again make this shadow a little bit smaller. And I might actually change the colour of the shadow possibly later. Let's see in a second. So one last draw over the same size, and then we'll see that twitching. To see the boil, as I believe it's called. 28 and 29, copy. I press save so I don't lose anything if things go wrong, as I paste on the following few frames right to the end like that. And I might have a draw over his character that he's a little bit twitchy at the end as well. That might look nice. But yeah, so when he lands, he comes straight up, down, and a small settle. I think those 3 positions want to be moved along a little bit and insert 2 more slightly extreme positions. So squash down here on drawing 15 and then up on drawing 16. So instead of that, I'm going to insert a frame between 15 and 16, press Alt D to make a blank frame, and I want to draw this taller than 17. So this is going to be inserted in advance. So let me choose the pen and I'll zoom in a tad. As soon as I get control back, here we go. So I notice my computer in OpenToonz is going slightly slower each time. So this is normally in the past where OBS had decided to quit the stream for me. So hopefully it won't, we can keep going, but it wouldn't surprise me if it dies. So if it does, I'll say bye for now, but hopefully I'll still be here for the next 15 minutes or so. That's fine, JP, that's great. I'd love to see it when you do complete it. And again, check out the description for Tony's Twitter handle so you can tweet it through to both of us so we can both take a look, as well as sharing it on the Discord. So far, every entry I've seen has been so different, so I'm looking forward to seeing yours. Really, really am. So I'm going to draw this, trace over this, and we're going to make it taller, much taller than this current one is, because it's going to be the first spring up. So again, I'm going to stretch out his fur, so it's going to be really quite tall. A little bit longer. Stretch this out, stretch that one. And having these pieces of fur really help you to see the proportions of your character, of where the little monster is. You absolutely push it to an extreme. Overload would making them go flat at the bottom would be exactly what you'd do. But that's what you can do in cartoons. You can squash people as much as you like, and the more you do it, the more cartoony it feels. It's well worth trying out some of these things. Let me move him upwards before I finish the bottom part of him. So how much higher does he go? Quite a bit there. I'm also going to make him slightly thinner, but only move one side like that. And then we can put him in the centre. There. Okay. So his feet are still going to be here. I'm going to have the bottom part of his body a little bit higher, so it's kind of his bottom part of his body does this jelly move as well. Oops, back to the brush. There we go, good. So his arm needs to move up, so starting higher to maybe there. I'll hit save. Beep beep. I always felt sorry for Wile E. Coyote when I watched those cartoons as a youngster, because he never got his own way. He was almost bullied a little bit by that Roadrunner. I'll come back to the pupils later and might have them wobbling around. I really like that idea, but I'm currently trying to focus, I think, on where the rest of his body is. Let's have his nose going to the left, so it's got a bit of a swing to it as well. Little mouth, and using the selection tool, let's do his eyebrows first, so we get the same sort of position for them. And as I say, I do realise I'm going much slower than Tony does and other people do, but it's still quite early days for me to be animating and to get the pacing for my animation working right. So I'm quite happy with that, but it's something I do realise I need to work on a little bit. I'm going to stretch his nose a little bit, I think, literally using the selection tool rather than drawing it longer, because this is the extreme stretch pose of when he comes back up. So it's gone down and he stretches up for 2 frames. Then I want him to come down again, lower than that, so 16 is the highest. Yeah, thank you, Maria. Me too. Yeah. About loving the Coyote, not so much for the perpetual motion machine. That's not something I've considered trying to build. However, you can build something like that in OpenToonz as an animation for sure. Okay, so one more drawing, I think, for the lower part for the bounce, and then we'll see how that looks. And we can actually duplicate the bounce to make it last longer, so I might do that. So let's extend drawing 16, Alt D to insert a blank drawing, and it goes from 16 at the very top to my new drawing, which is going to be lower than 19, because that's deeper for part of this bounce. So again, let's hit save before we start, and I'm going to draw the face where it is, and we'll move it down and the rest of the character with him. Doesn't need to be exactly the same as this drawing, but it's kind of a nice template to work from. So this is where he's bounced up and he bounces down. So again, I'll have the nose coming to the right. Have his little silly smile, his eyebrows, or his monobrow, and then let's draw his horns. And I've not really moved his fur as he's gone up and down. It's something we sort of should do really. So his fur sticks up a little bit as he's moving downwards. And then using the selection tool, we'll bring it lower. And then continue drawing him in. And the shadow gets in the way of his feet, so I might want to change that later, but for now, that's okay, it's not a big problem. I am going to move his body down a bit more though, so he's got that bounce as I was talking about earlier. Yeah, it's right, it can't be forever perpetual, but it's a nice ambition. It's something fun to consider looking into. So I'm drawing this fur where it sticks out a little bit lower than where it is here because he is squashed down a little bit. Let's draw his arm a little bit lower as well. The two drawings aren't going to be seen side by side, but still want to have it relatively that same sort of difference for the movement to see. Yeah, it's I think it's also full chain. I think it's a blessing and a curse in one way, because although the fur will be lots of follow through to show what you're doing, it's also lots of follow through to show what you're doing. So you're going to have to animate that if you want to give it that follow through action. So there's lots of things to consider on the character to move as you're drawing him. So let's extend that drawing. So he squashes down, he goes really tall, really short. That's actually not super short, I might squash him down further. Then tall, then short, and then settles in. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to duplicate 16 and 17, and press Ctrl C. Let's see if I can press Ctrl V in there. Yep, there we go. So we've got 16, 17, 16, 17. I'm going to squash down 17 some more, and I'm going to use the selection tool for that. And also, let's make him slightly wider because he's being squashed down. And ideally I was hoping to draw this all by hand rather than using the selection tool, but it just gives it that extra ability to move it around. Okay, so that's there. Let's fit to the window and then loop play. See how that looks. I might speed that up, perhaps put some of that on ones. So once it goes up, put these on ones. Let me just try that, see if that's going to be too crazy fast. Hit save and then replay that. Yeah, that's too fast for this to keep up. So let's just try it on the preview by going to the render menu, preview settings. Always want to shrink it by 2 because I'm never going to watch this preview at full size. And then hit preview from the render menu. And then loop play on that. And that's showing the roughs as well. So I want to remove that and then try again. Preview. So the playback is skipping a frame or two because it's going quite fast, so I might need to adjust that. But that's not too bad. It's a little fast here, so I'm going to put this back to 2s for a second so that he bounces at steady rate, and then I'm going to have the last couple of movements repeated, I think. So 18 and 19 I'm going to repeat. So I'm going to extend this a little bit, and using Q and W I'm going to press Q to change that frame to 18, go across to 18 again with the Q key, so it repeats itself 3 more times on ones. So there's a quiver at the end. Let's hit save. Let's preview that and hit loop play. I need to change the background colour. So I need to work on that timing a little bit. And again, I can see it skipping a few frames here. But let me close that. That's not too bad. I might make some changes there, or I might not. So let me extend the end play marker so there's a gap at the end. And then I'll extend all of the levels to match. Let's copy that shadow in, so that's still got the same quiver. I do like the quiver that you get, or the boil, by redrawing over. So I might redraw over some of these static frames to give me a natural boil on there. Let's bring the ground over as well, and then we'll take a look at it from frame 1. And render preview settings, make sure we've got all the frames in there. Yep, and hit preview. And just before we go any further, Tom Doing Art has shared his latest. Let's take a look at that as well. That spin is going to be difficult to do. Yeah, I can see you've already looked into how to do that with the multiples of the eyes and the horns, and then the swirl lines. That's coming together really nicely. Well done, Tom. That's looking good. Okay, so let's see how this is from the beginning. So loop play on this. I might need to change his expression when he lands. I'll give a bit more timing at the start. I do quite like his expression before he falls through the hole. So let me take a look at the ground level. That's part of the same level as the sketches, yeah, scribbles level. So I can change the colour without affecting the final output. So I'll select on, yep, colour number 2. And in the colour section, I'll just bring this down to be much lighter. Hit save. Let's hit the preview button. Still looks quite dark in there, so let's adjust the colour again. So it's really light. That's okay. So I said I wanted to increase some spacing at the front. So at the very front I press Control Insert. So there's 18 frames, that's 3/4 of a second. After he disappears, let's add a few more. On the very end, we've got plenty there. Save up to 166. So we just preview that and see how that is. That's much better background. It is more of a background. So ideally backgrounds don't want to be in your face, they don't want to be attracting your attention. And because we're not colouring in the character, the lines are drawn through the middle of him so you can see them quite clearly. So we need to keep them quite dull unless you're going to colour in your character. So let's see. So what if I need a shadow at the very beginning possibly to be underneath him before the hole appears. Dan Collins, zombies, yeah, they're really great animations, thank you. It's the colour, isn't it, the grayscale colour. This almost looks like vectors even though it's not, just with the style of the brush effect, I think. So I think I can do some things with the timing there. It first sticks out quite a lot, possibly too much for the speedy move, so I might need to twiddle that a little bit. But I think I might leave that here for today. I need to take a break anyway and get a snack, so I might do a little bit more tonight, offline away from the stream, and then perhaps a bit more tomorrow night. And I'll share the results, the final result, over on the Discord, and I'll tweet this out. But I will share this for now on the Discord, so you can see, for those of you that haven't rendered before, so you can see exactly how to render. So first thing, let's check the frames we're rendering. So it's from frame 1 through to 166. So you go to the render menu, output settings, change the end frame to 166, change the shrink option to create a smaller animation, and a shrink of 2 or 3 is fine for Discord. I'm going to pop this onto 3 for now and then hit render, but I'll change the name first because I'm going to share this on Twitter later and on the Discord, so it's nice to get your name into the file at this stage so you don't forget later. So let's give it a name of Monster Move and render, and it's going out as a GIF. Shouldn't take too long to be rendered there. And then if I go to my projects folder in the OpenToonz stuff folder, I can go to the outputs and double click on the Monster Move GIF. And this sometimes takes a couple of selections to run. So let's try again. Here we go. As I say, my computer at the minute is currently going quite slow, as it does after using streaming software for a little while. Animation overload asking, what if I make the mouth very small and then added lines beneath the eyes? Possibly. I need to revisit this, which I will do tomorrow. Say possibly even later on this evening. Let me bring this over. Here we are. So this is at 1/3 size. So I might actually change it to be half size. Let's come back, bring it to a shrink of 2, and then hit render again. And in the outputs window, we'll see that appear in a second. Well, that's quite late, Full Chain. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you've enjoyed yourself, and I hope you can complete this animation and share it with us. Looking forward to seeing that. Thank you for joining. Let's double click this and see where it appears. Here we are. Okay, so I can see a couple of timing issues I want to change for that, but for now this is what I've got. So that's rendered to a GIF, so I'll upload that to Discord, and all you do for uploading, I'll show you that, is if you go to Discord, I'll bring that side by side, and you can simply just drag and drop your GIF file into the message here, and then you can enter a comment if you want to. And that should now loop play. It's got a background on there. Great, okay. So I'll work on that later on. So I think that's about it for today, unless you've got any other questions, anybody. Animation Overload is going as well. You have a good day. I'm leaving now as well, and hopefully I'll catch you for the next stream next weekend, which will be next Saturday, because I'm going on holiday on Sunday for a week or so. So I'm here next Saturday. I might be here the week after. We'll find out next week. But in the meantime, if you've got no other questions, I'm going to leave it there. And thank you for joining me today, and thank you for taking part. And I'll see you next weekend for another stream. And that's a guarantee. Have you always wanted to animate but didn't know how to start, and software seemed expensive and difficult to use? Well, with OpenToonz, it's free, powerful, and once you know how, it's easy to use. And it's my mission to get you animating with it today. Hi, my name's Darren, and I've been teaching OpenToonz for the past 3 years, showing thousands of students just like you how easy it is to animate with. I'm cutting through the jargon to show that anyone can animate with it. and by the end of the course you'll be able to animate traditionally using OpenToonz. And the course is designed for students brand new to OpenToonz, as well as those new to animation. So take a look at the free lessons I've offered below, and then why not sign up and join me animating traditionally with OpenToonz.